You're right for me to go, Walter.
Pardon?
You might me for readers.
Yeah.
Okay, I now welcome Senator the Honourable Melinda McCarthy, Minister for Indigenous Australians, representing the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport and Regional Development and Local Government. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
I just want to say hello, Senator, and good to be with you all.
Thank you very much. I also now welcome officers from Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility, including Chief Executive Officer Mr Neil McDonald. Mr McDonald, do you wish to make an opening statement? Thank you very much. Asking for witnesses.
Got a copy of the opening statements that's been...
Can we have that tabled, thrown around? It will be coming around shortly. In the meantime, would you like to ask questions, Senator McDonald?
Will. Thank you very much, Acting Chair and Minister. And welcome, Mr McDonald, to your first estimates. Is that correct?
I've been at estimates before with National Intermodal in my previous role, but this is my first.
Well, no, this is the only one that counts.
With NAIF, that's right.
Yes, the only one that counts, exactly.
Yes.
Can I just confirm that you're permanently based in Cairns?
That's correct. Yes, I moved to Cairns to take up this new role.
Oh, well done.
Well done.
Well done. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Well done. How many of your NAIF executive team are permanently based in the NAIF head office in Cairns?
Slightly under half, but it is by far our biggest office.
Right. So, of the executive team, how many are in the executive team?
Sorry, actually, Senator, I misunderstood the question. In terms of the executive team, we've got two out of the six are based in Cairns, and we've also got one based in Darwin, and then also we have one in Sydney and one in Brisbane.
Well, I've lost one.
Sorry, two in Sydney.
Two in Sydney. Yeah. Good. Otherwise, we'd lost one.
Yes.
Right. How many staff do you have left in Sydney?
I believe it's 15 currently.
Out of how many?
Out of 56, as at 31st of March.
And how many in Brisbane?
2 in Brisbane.
How many in Perth?
5.
How many in Darwin?
5.
How many in Cairns?
Is 28.
And that should add 56, which I'll check.
Yes, there's also one in Townsville as well.
Oh, thank you. I understand that NAIF introduced a graduate program this year. How many graduates are in the program?
So there will be one for the current year and one for the next year as well.
What is the program focus?
So it's really about being able to bring on graduates, give them an opportunity to really understand the business and to have time in each of kind of the key divisions and to really understand the importance of Northern Australia and be involved in funding economic infrastructure across the north.
Did the graduate come from JCU, Charles Darwin or a Northern Australia university?
I believe one is from CDU, but I'd have to confirm that.
That's okay. I'm very happy to have people come to the north, but I was just curious. Terrific universities in the north. Do these graduates undertake their 2-year program in Cairns?
They will. Yes, they will. Yeah.
I've asked you about the ASL. The independent review of the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility Act 2016 was provided to the Minister for Northern Australia on the 12th of February 2025 and tabled in Parliament on the 27th of August 2025. Do you have any insight why it took 6 months to be tabled in Parliament?
I don't, Senator, I'm afraid.
The 21 recommendations of the review, how many have been implemented?
So the first recommendation was about an extension of the term of NAIF.
I think it was to make it permanent, Mr McDonald. We'll say the P word.
So the first recommendation was to make NAIF permanent. The government has put forward to extend the term of NAIF, and that's currently before the Senate.
And so that's the only one that's been implemented. What about the other 20?
Yeah, so you're absolutely correct, Senator. And the review made 21 recommendations. That's really a decision for government in terms of which recommendations to adopt, rather than for a decision for NAIF.
So the only recommendation that's been adopted after 15, 16 months is to make it permanent, and the government's not done that either. It's a bit disheartening for those of us who believe in the Northern Australia infrastructure facility. Are you aware of any plan or time frame for implementing the remaining recommendations? Senator,
that is very much a decision for government. Our focus is very much on funding economic infrastructure in the north. We see lots of opportunities for that, and any changes to our investment mandate or statement of expectations would be set by the Minister.
Minister McCarthy, are you aware of a plan and time frame for implementing the remaining recommendations of the NAIF review?
Yeah, thanks, Senator, for the question. I understand that the review certainly found that NAIF is fit for purpose, meeting government objectives and delivering positive impacts across the north, and confirming our commitment to continuing the NAIF provides assurances to stakeholders in the north. We're certainly considering opportunities to progress several of the review's recommendations, and these include arrangements with First Nations representative bodies and also, Senator, updates to its public benefit framework.
Just more specifically, are you aware of a plan for implementing the remaining recommendations of the review?
I can take that question on notice for you, Senator.
Thank you. The first recommendation of the review was to extend NAIF in perpetuity, but in March this year the NAIF Act was amended to extend NAIF by 10 years. As you know, that's before the Senate. Do you know why it was a 10-year extension rather than going for permanency?
A 10-year extension to the NAIF will provide certainty, Senator, and that is the response of the Minister to Northern Australia, and it does recognise the critical role that NAIF's playing in the north. While the independent review panel recommended that NAIF be extended in perpetuity, a 10-year extension does balance certainty and fiscal responsibility, and the extension will be supported by 5-yearly reviews.
I guess 10 years is fine if you're not from Northern Australia and you think that this too will pass, but for those of us who live there and believe in it, I think permanency would have been a better way to go. Do you know, Minister, if costings were done for permanency of the NAIF?
I can check for you, Senator, and get back to you.
Thank you. Of the 10 observations of the review, number 2 states that the current model for delivering the NAIF's appropriation has a negative effect on the department, the NAIF, the relevant jurisdictions and proponents. Is this observation accurate? Perhaps if I could start with you, Mr McDonald.
Yeah, so I think our experience at NAIF is that we have been able to fund economic infrastructure very successfully. We've made $4.5 billion of commitments supporting 35 projects, so we do think it's working well. The review did make some recommendations on potential improvements, but we're very happy with how the model works.
Okay. How's the NAIF going on transitioning to net zero?
Yeah, so that is something that we assess for all of our projects. So there's a requirement within our investment framework that we have to be aligned with the government's net zero targets, and we assess each project on its merits, taking into consideration that the transition to net zero.
What has been the impact to NAIF's transition to net zero of the $500 million Commonwealth Government allocation to NAIF as part of the Critical Minerals Strategy 23 to 30?
Yes, and thank you, Senator. So you're correct, we've got an allocation of $500 million. We've got 2 projects that we've supported under that $500 million allocation for $200 million each. So that's $400 within that $500 million allocation, in addition to which we've already supported, prior to that being established, a further 3 projects. So that's a total of $835 million of funding commitments to critical minerals projects.
Which were the 2 most recent ones for $200 million each?
Yeah, so that's the Alpha High Purity Alumina project and the Arafura Rare Earths project.
Where are they?
They are, one's in Queensland and one's in the Northern Territory.
What's been the overall impact of this $500 million to NAIF and the critical minerals projects?
I think it's been a positive impact because it's ensured that we've been able to support critical minerals projects, which is an important government priority.
You said before how many critical minerals projects that you've funded. How many are in the NAIF investment pipeline?
Yes, so the pipeline. The pipeline has got a total of 9 resources projects, of which 4 are critical minerals projects.
What are the other 5?
They're a range of minerals, but I need to kind of get the details on that for you.
I have a personal belief that we've turned some minerals into critical and exciting, and yet copper is the most important base commodity of all in developing the world, and yet not critical. So anyway, just put that out there. A non-critical critical mineral. Thank you very much, Senator Cadell. You have such a way with words, summing things up. How many port-related projects has NAIF funded or committed to, and what is the geographic distribution of these commitments?
I can think of one port project that we've funded to date.
Which one's that?
That's in the Perdaman, or related. It's in the Pilbara, but it's related to the Perdaman project.
Is that a single-user facility or common user?
That's a multi-user facility.
And as we do the Northern Australia Select Committee, we're hearing consistently about projects who seek to use ports but are finding they're not economic, and the ports are not trade facilitators, they're property developers. That's my words. So I'm delighted that you've funded a project that is multi-user and focused on both domestic shipping as well as export, I assume.
It's primarily on exports. It's also probably worth noting, Senator, that we've also funded other projects that have got port access. So one of the projects we've supported is the Mardi Salt project, which has an export facility and is also exploring the potential for that to be available to third-party users as well.
Terrific. The Perdaman project, though, it was always an understanding of their initial funding under the NAIF and other government support is not purely an export facility, though, is it?
In terms of the sales?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. So my understanding is that there's a mix of export and domestic sales.
Do you know what percentage are going to be domestic?
Roughly 50%.
Is it correct that Macquarie has purchased all of the fertiliser production and will handle the sales?
That's my understanding, yes.
What is the NAIF's current appetite for financing port infrastructure upgrades?
We would have strong appetite for funding port upgrades. We are very keen to support all economic infrastructure in the north, including ports.
Including if a state government is the asset owner?
we'd assess each project on its merits, including if the state was keen for us to support a port project, as long as that was something that would fit within the investment mandate.
Okay, so there's no problem given a government-owned corporation ownership structure for receiving NAIF support?
Yeah, so I can't think of any restrictions within our investment mandate for that.
Well, that's good, given that NAIF was originally established in order to meet those infrastructure projects that would not otherwise be met by commercial proponents. So that's terrific. Of the $4.5 billion committed to infrastructure projects, how much is committed to port projects?
Sorry, to port projects?
Yes.
We might just refer, if that's okay, and see if we've got the answer.
Of course.
160 million.
160 million
Yeah.
of 4.5 billion?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's Perdaman?
That's correct. Or infrastructure related to the Perdaman project.
Yes. Okay. Has NAIF received applications that would support fuel security?
I think we're aware that Queensland is running a process, but today, or as far as I'm aware, we haven't had any specific discussions today.
Okay, that's interesting. I mean, you're right, Queensland is and the federal government is, and I had assumed that perhaps people might have started coming to you seeking a finance pathway.
Yeah. I think that given that EOI process is out currently, I think we would expect people to start approaching us soon on potential opportunities there.
Okay. I think that might be. Have you done any culture reviews in NAIF?
Yes, we have.
How's that going?
As a CEO who's just joined, I think we have an excellent culture at NAIF. I think it's, we have very productive working relationship. I think we've got good engagement amongst our staff. Everything I've seen so far has been very positive.
Have you been asked to provide feedback to the Office of Northern Australia on Northern Australia strategy and direction? You know, building Northern Australia?
So we engage regularly with the department, and I think we're definitely very keen on developing the Northern Australian economy and providing funding to support that.
Oh, terrific answer. But my question again was, developing Northern Australia doesn't happen by magic. Otherwise, we would not all be sitting here. And I am interested to see if the Office of Northern Australia has engaged with NAIF, probably the most practical implementation tool that we have in the North, is to ways that we can be better developing and coordinating investment and growth of Northern Australia.
Yes. Yeah, so we do regularly engage with them about how we can better make connections around economic infrastructure in the North, and how we engage with key stakeholders, be they state governments, proponents, and also some of the other specialist investment vehicles. Okay.
Finally, I'm just trying to skim read quickly your opening statement, and you've listed 3 further investment decisions which include 2 lots of housing, Townsville Affordable Living Precinct and the CDU Student Accommodation in Darwin. I understand that NAIF funded the housing project in Cairns.
That's correct.
How many homes did you fund in Cairns as part of that project?
Yeah, so it's 490 dwellings for over 55s, of which 245 are social housing, 223 are affordable housing, and then 22 apartments.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last bit.
And then 22 apartments on top of that.
Apartments, all right. How many of those dwellings are housing people?
So 245 is social housing.
They've been completed?
They're under construction at the moment.
Right. What about the 223 affordable houses?
So they're under construction as well.
Oh, okay. So any of the 400...
the entire project's under construction.
Right, okay. I had some feedback that the prefabbed houses were not standing up to the Cairns weather. Is that true?
So I think you're referring to some press reports about some water damage to the modular housing. So I think, first of all, Senator, what I'd like to say in terms of that project, we're very proud to be involved in that project. We think it's a very important project for Cairns. This is exactly the reason why NAIF exists, that we deal with complex, challenging projects. This is one. They did have some issues with the modular units, and they've got replacement modular units on site, and we're working very closely with the proponent to get that project completed and so that people can move into their homes as soon as possible.
What was the completion date supposed to be?
So the completion date...
I'm sorry, you just need to state your name and title for the Hansard first. Thank you.
Raveen Sritharan, Chief Risk Officer. The completion date has been delayed by about 6 months, given that the weather event that Neil was referring to before.
So what was the original date?
The original date was... no, that's the when they've started the construction. I am just checking my notes.
All right, you check that while we keep talking. Where were the modular units put together?
In terms of the fabrication?
Yes,
thank you. In Victoria.
Victoria? That might be the problem then, mightn't it? So Victorians were making tropical housing and it failed with proper rain.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thunk it? So, oh, sorry. The point that I'm making...
Senator, she's not from tropical Victoria.
The point that I'm making is that I was intrigued when I heard that it hadn't managed the first wet season. So, I don't know. I don't want to labour this because I think it's so important to get housing into Northern Australia, but is there something... my eyesight is straining to read the rest of your name tag.
Raveen.
Raveen, thank you. Is this something that you'll now consider as part of your risk profile for future housing projects, that we end up with projects that are constructed suitably for Northern Australia?
Thanks, Senator, for your question. I agree that when we look at construction risk, one element of that needs to look at the whole logistics frame around how construction is going to need to be developed. And we've, as part of this transaction, we've added some lessons learned on how we can look at that going forward.
Okay, that's good. I mean, perhaps it would be great if NAIF could fund a facility that fabricated modular housing in Northern Australia.
We would definitely like to do that, Senator. I think that's something that we've had some initial conversations about such projects. We'd be very keen to encourage domestic manufacturing in the north.
Yeah, terrific. Okay, Raveen, did you find the...
Yeah, so it was early 27, and so that's now been pushed out to mid-27 as a result of that delay.
Okay, all right.
Was it a specification issue or was it a product failure issue? Sorry, the builder in me has to ask the question. Was it a specification issue or was it a product failure issue?
It was there was a high level of rainfall. It just came at an inopportune time.
So before the sections were properly secured and flashed?
Yes, that's correct.
Well, what's the builder say about that?
Why did you take the protection off before you got the flashings finished?
There you go, Raveen. You form me a list of questions for future projects. All right.
I've got
Chair, thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to questions from Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing again. I've only got a brief pair of questions. I'd like to follow up firstly on a comment from the last estimates which may be misinterpreted. I hope it is. In an exchange around the NAIF investment mandate, Mr Doyle made the statement that funded projects need to, quote, comply with any government policy over the life of the term of the loan and the life of the project. I read that to mean the government could change their policy and require funded entities to change their operations accordingly. Can you clarify your remarks, please?
So I think what was intended by that comment is that we assess every project on its merits to ensure that it complies with the requirements of the NAIF Act, our investment mandate, and our statement of expectations. We do that when we make that investment decision at the outset. So if government priorities were to change, we've already made a funding commitment at that point.
Sorry, missed the last bit.
So we've already made a funding commitment at that point. So
the future changes have no effect on already approved.
That's correct. We put loans in place, and the documentation reflects the due diligence and the government priorities as at the time of the funding.
Yeah, thank you. Has there been a change in your investment mandate following passage of the NAIF Amendment Bill, and is any plan for the 2026-27 financial year?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. The legislation is still going through the Senate, so as of this moment there hasn't been any changes to the investment mandate, but that's something that the Minister may choose to do once the legislation's gone through.
Okay, thank you. Ms
McQueen?
McQueen,
Yes.
what does the Chief Engagement Officer do?
So my role as Chief Strategic Policy and Engagement is I look after marketing and communications. I also look after Indigenous engagement and engagement at a holistic level through the 3 jurisdictions, and that includes obviously Queensland Government, Northern Territory Government and the WA Government, as well as engagement with the Commonwealth as well.
So engaging with external stakeholders?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Scarr.
Thank you. Can I, well, congratulations to the position, and it does mean a lot that you've moved to Cairns, Mr McDonald. It really does. It was a frustration in the past that Senator McDonald, as someone from Northern Queensland, has passionately put that there were too many people in the upper echelons of NAIF, not in Northern Australia. So well done. It's a good start.
Yes, thank you, Senator. I'm very glad to have made the move. Cairns is a fantastic place and I'm really enjoying being there.
Good. Excellent. The question's going to get harder now. So you tell us, I've read the opening statement, so thank you for that.
Yeah.
So you've told us how many borrowers have fully repaid their NAIF loans, returning approximately $350 million. Are there any borrowers, as we're meeting here today, who are in breach of any of the terms and conditions or loan covenants under their loans?
Yes, so, Senator, the vast majority of our loans are performing well. Some are in construction, some are in operations. We do actively track our portfolio, and we do have a couple that need some additional support. And we also have 2 loans where we have taken impairments on those loans because they didn't perform.
Can I ask you why, in preparing the opening statement, you tell us about the 5 borrowers who've repaid their loans in full, but you don't make any reference to those where you've had to take impairments and/or those which need, in your words, additional support?
So that's, Senator, the reason for that is because that's already on the public record in our annual report.
Okay, all right. In terms of the ones who repaid their loans, what sort of return on capital, return on equity has there been for NAIF? You can take that on notice, but I'm interested to know in terms of the economic upside for NAIF.
Yeah, so return on equity is not a measure that we use.
Right.
So the way that sort of NAIF was established, so we're looking to fund loans that provide public benefits
Sure.
beyond the project itself,
Yeah.
plus Indigenous outcomes. So In terms of those benefits, there's the commitments that we've made, and there's approximately 33 billion of public benefits, in addition to which we have Indigenous outcomes involving over 1,300 jobs and 174 million of...
But presumably on some of the... And I haven't done the granularity of examining every loan, and I'm new to this committee. I'm enjoying it immensely. I'm new to this committee, so... and I come from... I've done my fair share of project finance as well in the resource industry. Presumably you charge interest and...
That's correct. We do charge interest,
right?
We also, as part of that, provide concessions, where those concessions will help support the project taking place.
All right. And just in relation, my last question, just in relation to the 3 new loans that have been granted. So you're referring to the NAIF loan, and you can take this on notice, but I'm interested with respect to whether or not these entities have loans from other parties and how you arrange security or ranking arrangements, priority agreements with respect to other lenders. And the making of decisions as to whether or not NAIF has priority with respect to repayment or is subordinated to other lenders, the position with respect to security. But it'd be useful, just take on notice, if you could give me basically a bit of a synopsis with respect to each of those 3 projects in the first instance. Could you do that?
So happy to do that, and also happy to talk more generally in terms of our approach to that as well. But in terms of the Townsville Affordable Living Precinct, which is the first of those, that's something where we are providing a construction loan, and we're the sole lender, and then there will be at completion there'll be a subsequent takeout, which will involve several lenders. In the case of QPM, we're working with another lender. So we rank equally senior secured on that. And then in terms of the Campus Living Villages transaction, that's a sole lender, so we're the only lender in that facility.
Do you have security in relation to the third one? And in relation to the second one where you said you're working with another lender, who's the lender?
So that's publicly on record, that's Macquarie Bank.
Okay, and is NAIF the lead arranger, or is Macquarie the lead arranger, or you're completely on equal par?
We're on pretty similar terms there.
Okay, all right. No, that's helpful. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you very much to our witnesses from the NAIF.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to Australian Rail Track Corporation Inland Rail. And then to Senator McKenzie. Sure. Okay. I now welcome officers from the Australian Rail Track Corporation, including the Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director, Mr Wayne Johnson, and officers from Inland Rail, including Interim Chief Executive Officer, Ms Fiona McDougall. Mr Johnson, do you have an opening statement?
I do, Chair. Good evening, Chair and Senators. My name is Wayne Johnson, Chief Executive Officer and MD at ARTC. I'd like to introduce Fiona McDougall, who's here with me, the Interim Chief Executive Officer of Inland Rail. Fiona has decades of accumulated experience across legal, commercial aspects of large infrastructure projects with government and private co. Fiona and I work closely to ensure that ARTC and Inland Rail are aligned in delivering the government's priorities for the national network. The focus is clear. We're delivering upgraded and new sections of network, strengthening the performance, resilience and commercial viability of the national freight rail network, so it can play its full role in Australia's transport system. This includes improving reliability for our customers and supporting growth in containerised freight and ensuring the network is fit for purpose now and for the decades ahead. Excuse me. ARTC and Inland Rail to continue to work in partnership to deliver the key areas in the Beveridge to Park section and obviously Inland Rail IRPL in the preservation of the corridor north of Narromine to ensure future optionality for the nation. Fiona and I are pleased to be here and happy to take the questions from the committee.
Thank you. And Ms McDougall, you don't have an opening statement?
No.
Okay, thank you. I'll move to you, Chair.
Just a declaration. Mr Johnson and I, sons, race at the same go-kart track, Newcastle Kart Racing Club, and we have a relationship outside of here where we are competitive and we boost our sons to knock the other one off the track every now and then.
Thank you, Senator.
How refreshing declarations of conflict.
Go-kart track.
Senator McKenzie, do you have questions?
Yes, thank you. Great to see you. When was ARTC informed that the government was stopping the Inland Rail north of Parkes? What was the date?
Senator, early in May there were some discussions around the potential viability of what might happen at budget. I think formal communication occurred in the week of the 4th of May around what might take place in the budget, and full confirmation was the day before the budget release.
And who were those conversations with?
At that point, there was, I believe, the chair of ARTC was given some information, and possibly the chair of Inland Rail at the same period of time. I can't recall offhand. I'm happy to take it on notice who actually made the call in terms of those communications.
And when was the ARTC first advised that the projected cost of Inland Rail could exceed $45 billion?
Thanks, Senator. Well, a few key things. In the course of, obviously, post the SHOT review, one of the activities that Inland Rail have conducted, and I'll let Fiona talk a bit to it, is a re-evaluation of the cost base of Inland Rail. And that was through until, I would say, about the May period in 2025. Now, and so at that point, some of those clarities around what the full cost and the magnitude could be and what the updated assumptions were was around May 25, and then there was further work done since. Fiona?
Yeah, so we worked very hard during November 2024 through to May 2025 in preparing the budget and schedule at the request of the government. Initial draft of the report was completed in late June 2025. The department sent Inland Rail a copy of that report in 30 June 2025. There was subsequent meetings around early July. The draft final report was sent to Inland Rail on the 5th of November 2025.
And you have no reason to doubt the veracity of the costings?
No.
Because when we went through the service contract yesterday of the ACIL Allen report, is that the report you're talking about?
Yes. Yes, Senator.
Right. So the ACIL Allen report, and was it the Inland Rail Proprietary Limited figures that the ACIL Allen relied on?
Yes, that's correct, Senator.
And so one of the questions we had, but how did you independently verify your figures around the costings in order to feed into the ACIL Allen report?
Thanks for the question. We prepared our own estimate internally, and then we gave the data set to ACIL Allen to independently verify and assure.
So what did you base your estimates on? What were the assumptions underlying your estimates that you gave?
There were two key underlying assumptions. One, that there would be unconstrained funding given by the government, and the second key assumption was that delivery would start 30 June 2025.
And so you estimated that it would be 45, or all the separate project components that you individually assessed?
Mm-hmm.
What's the methodology that you applied to that assessment?
Thanks for the question. So, first of all, we for the sections Border to Gowrie, we conducted a first principles estimate for all of the a first principles estimate.
And what's involved in a first principles estimate?
So, firstly, we looked at construction costs, which we looked at using a bottom-up calculation, things like materials, labour, etc. So we used a first principles build up from the start. Secondly, we looked at client costs. Client costs include project delivery costs, materials, design services costs, and land and biodiversity costs.
What's in a land and biodiversity cost?
So acquisition costs for purchasing the land.
I imagine that's the land cost. Negotiating with farmers.
Negotiating with farmers, getting valuations from independent valuers, that type of thing.
And the biodiversity cost?
That's buying the biodiversity offsets, whether that's offsets or actually the biodiversity properties that we need to offset our biodiversity commitment.
There you go.
How much is that?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
Yeah, okay, so client costs, construction costs.
And thirdly, contingency.
Tell me about the contingency.
So contingency for risk was assessed at a work package level. We performed detailed qualitative and then a quantitative risk model was used to determine the risk and contingency allowances. Really key in determining what that risk contingency is, where the project is up to in its maturity status, so whether it's got the environmental approval, secondary approvals, etc. So that's key in determining it. The main risks that we assessed were delays to or unfavourable conditions of approvals from the statutory bodies, environmental, design, planning and construction works approvals. Pressure from states, councils, communities and property owners to enhance or modify the scope. Delays to access in parts of the alignment to actually commence and progress construction. Unexpected technical matters and time. Time is, it's a big risk for a really complex, long infrastructure project like Inland Rail.
And so you did that work internally yourselves. How many staff were involved in that within your organisation?
Thanks for the question, Senator. Yes, we did do the work internally. We did use some consultants to help build the estimate.
Yeah, because that's quite technical work that you've just outlined.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure you've got some great staff, but that's pretty serious. So can you just outline who were the consultants you used?
I'll have to take that on notice. One consultant that we did use was North Projects, who are a specialist estimating firm. I'd also have to take on notice a number of staff internally who contributed to the estimate.
And how much did North cost to get this done?
Again, I'll have to take that on notice, and I can treat that as a priority. I just don't have the information in front of me.
Usually at estimates we want to know what you procured, when, why and how much it cost.
Okay.
Just for future reference. But there was more than North. Is there 2 or 3, 4?
Again, I'll have to take that on notice.
Do you have a global figure in your folder around?
No, I don't. Sorry.
Consultants?
Globally across Inland Rail? No, I don't. Sorry.
Do you have travel undertaken by your staff? Do you have a travel budget item?
I can have a look if you want to.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing we do.
Yeah. Sorry.
You're right.
So I can't actually give you the consultant costs.
Thought it might be on the same page.
So in FY 2026 to date, we have spent 36.5 million on consultancies, noting that there's a further 3 months to run in FY 26. In FY 2025, consultancy expenditure totalled 55 million, compared to 88.6 million over the same 12-month period in FY 2024.
Right.
So the consultancy spend's come down.
Yeah. And when were you tasked to really get that granular evidence to be able to give on to the ASL Allen report?
We commenced internal work in November 2025.
Right, so the consultancy... I'm trying to add the consultancy cost piece with the development of this work.
Senator.
So you've got 88, 55, 36. So the predominant consultancy involved with the ASL Allen report is
Would have been
which?
2025.
Which year? Which
2025.
years? Sorry?
2025.
2025, okay, righto. So if you could, do you have which consultants now that you've found that?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
So I'd like to know how much was spent getting this information and which organisations assisted with it. So who advised ARTC of the $45 billion? So you were first advised, you ran through the timeline. How did you give the information over to ASL Allen? There's numerous iterations of a draft report with the Minister's Office and the Department. When were you advised of the $45 billion and who advised you? How did you find out?
Senator, I'll start the answer on that. At the same time as the department provided input to what the indicative cost would be with the assumptions at hand, I think we're talking about the 45 estimate at that point. Mm-hmm. That was in the May period, as indicated, that the report was summarised and provided to ASL Allen for further review. Yep. At that same time that the department was advised. I think it was probably run through yesterday, if I recall, Senator, just from what I saw briefly, that there's a project delivery agreement, and one of those aspects was to get a revised cost estimate, which is what Fiona and the team have just run through there in terms of how. And so that was at the same time as advised yesterday, and I said earlier in May. Okay.
Well, what specifically drove the cost increase from the $31 billion 3 years ago in the SHOT review?
It's a good question.
It's a big escalation on a decadal project
it's good,
in a short amount of time, particularly when we can, Jacinta Allen can have the suburban rail loop maintaining the same cost over many years.
I'll just offer Fiona the opportunity.
What are you doing wrong?
I'll just offer Fiona the opportunity to talk about the project in its in its focus areas.
In its what, sorry?
In the focus areas about what you're trying to understand.
I'm trying to understand, why the cost went up.
Yeah.
So $15 billion in 3 years.
Yeah. Thanks, Senator. So it's important to note the $31 billion as compared to the $45 billion, which was in the ASL Allen report. They're not directly comparable, as each estimate was developed at different times using different methodologies and using different assumptions. For example, we increased and reviewed all of the rates that we used so that they were the prevailing market rates for labour, staff, plant, materials. As I've just said, we also carefully assessed the risk and the contingency amounts, and also the impact of time was considered. Contingency and time they're a significant contributor to the increase in the estimated cost. For an example, for Border to Gowrie, which doesn't yet have primary approvals in place, we used the latest design information that we had, including updated quantities, We made use of the updated market rates and escalation values, and we also allowed for sufficient contingency for the Border to Gowrie section given the level of maturity of that project, given that it doesn't actually have any of the primary approvals yet. There was no fundamental scope change in the Border to Gowrie section.
That's amazing. After my just recent discussion with Infrastructure Australia, it sounds like, Ms McDougall, you're bringing world-class assessment to the project with quite granular data to give an accurate costing. Thank you. I might have to come and get it more detail so that we can see that other infrastructure projects are costed appropriately as well. Did you have something you wanted to ask?
When you did your costing, were you breaking down sections by sections? I'm very interested in Narrabri to Narrabri. I think they said yesterday it was about 9.8. Was that the last number you came up with?
I'll just check, but yes,
Yeah.
we did do it section by section, work package by work package. 9.8.
9.8, yep.
Yep, 9.8.
Need to keep.
Senator, I think what's worth recognising in the change from the program, from the earlier advice, and this is my understanding in reading the ACL report and myself trying to glean from it, is there's a lot of information, and the team obviously are much closer. But the sections north of parks are largely greenfield in nature, and so the risks and the costs are quite different to the brownfield sections to the south. In that also has been accounted for is some real specification around the material, the distance in availability of materials for the corridor itself and the suitability for reuse, which in the order of magnitude, around $2.5 billion change with materials, supply, transit, transport to the corridor, which includes the greenfield section you just referred to, Senator. And on top of those rates that Fiona just talked about. Further to that, the escalation cost with time and an accurate depiction of what the time would take is probably the largest single proportion of change in those costs, in the order of between $6 to $7 billion of that total change is the escalation and change in the cost of the overall program. And
But SRL hasn't gone up since 2021.
I can't answer that, sorry, Senator, at all.
Well, I think you just have by the comprehensive nature of your costing assessment.
And so those contingency and uncertainty that Fiona's talked about, as well as some of the scope assumptions around what might change in the approvals and the complexity, probably add to the remainder of that significance of the change.
Thank you.
We might just quickly rotate to Senator Roberts, and then we'll come back to you, Senator McKenzie.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing again. When did the ARTC know the Inland Rail project was being cancelled, and were you consulted?
We knew at the same time as final decisions were made, obviously within the government. So I just mentioned the week before budget, there were some discussions around what potential might take place. And then the day before budget, that was formalised and we provided information, Senator.
So you knew after the decision had been made, you weren't consulted?
We've been providing input and working both with the department now for months in terms of how do we actually go about the types of things that need consideration on the program, what type of scope relaxations we could undertake with all the environmental approvals, some of which we couldn't undertake to hold the conditions. So this hasn't been just a point in time, there's been a lot of evaluation, and so, but we were formally advised, as per most people, at the point that the budget conclusions.
And when did you first start looking at scope changes and modifications?
Oh, well, I think it's been an ongoing process, but clearly through the course of the back end of last year into this year, we've been looking at, you know, what can happen around that, and Inland Rail have been running a number of scenarios with us with all the types of conditions, the approval conditions on them, about how they might go about that, Senator, so months.
So when was the first time you started discussing options to shut it down?
That wasn't discussed. We talked about, no, that wasn't.
Talked about changes to keep it alive?
That's right.
So you weren't really consulted, or you didn't work on the closing?
I I wouldn't put it quite like that. I think in those scenarios that we also were realistic, at a cost benefit, what type of pressures we might be under, which drove our first pieces of work, Senator.
Thank you. Has the ARTC or Inland Rail incurred any sunk costs in the cancellation of Inland Rail? Could you please itemise?
Yeah, I might hand to
Fiona. Thanks for the question. So the consolidation south of Parks and the preservation of the corridor north of Parks. If I deal with south of Parks first, there is no impact to the ongoing construction projects that we are continuing to deliver south of Parks.
That connect with the west and the south?
When they reach Parks. The preservation of the rail corridor north of Parks. We have a project development agreement with the Commonwealth and with ARTC in which it specifies that we can obtain environmental approvals and property acquisition works. That was the least regrets work recommended by Dr. Schott. We have got significant contracts to support the least regrets preservation of the rail corridor works on foot at the moment. There is no immediate steps to cancel or break those contracts. We are working closely with the Commonwealth and with the relevant state agencies to assess the different ways that we can preserve the corridor. So we will continue working with the Commonwealth to assess the contract status of each of those contracts.
So you want to preserve the corridor as an asset?
Yep. Yes, Senator.
Let's have some answers to specific questions on where the assets will go. You purchased significant amounts of rail track from Whyalla. This is high quality rail. I'm concerned it may not be reassigned to other rail works. What physical assets does the ARTC have under your control relating to Inland Rail, and how will these assets be sold, stored and reassigned, including but not limited to track?
I'll go to Fiona in the first instance, and I'll talk about what the endeavours will be in the future.
Thanks, Wayne. Thanks, Senator. We're still assessing what preservation of the corridor means for the works north of Parks. I can't comment on that rail.
So, Senator, both the steel sleeper specifications, the turnout specifications are pretty standardised ARTC standards. And so if there is inventory that's been purchased ahead for, obviously for use within further construction, then there might be an opportunity to see what reuse looks like. And so we'll work through that in coming months with...
So you're still getting to grips with the assets?
Yep.
Minister, this Inland Rail project would have taken 200,000 truck movements off the roads. Have you just made motorists less safe and increased road maintenance spending for state and local government?
No, Senator.
Who's going to pay for the extra road maintenance that Inland Rail would have taken off the road?
We've not made it unsafe, is my response to your question there.
What about the extra maintenance?
I can take that on notice.
There are significant costs in killing Inland Rail for the highways.
Senator, Inland Rail is a long-term program. There's also initiatives underway nationally today within the rail freight sector through clearly through the National Transport Commission and the harmonisation agenda, which is all about the alignment, synergies and efficiencies of the railways nationally. There's our own activities that are already underway with the joint program of network investment with our shareholders, which is building the resilience of the existing network. We've already got existing improvement programs underway around performance, and we have significantly adjusted what we've been doing in terms of our linkage to the ports and the intermodal precincts nationally to go about rail freight increase, so mode share change to rail. That endeavour maintains, and with the most recent announcement from our shareholders, the Australian Government, in terms of continuing the investment and additive nature of that go to the aims to both improve the existing network and maintain that growth trajectory we're on, we foresee that we'll be able to actually achieve some of this growth from road to rail still.
Okay, thank you. This is a decision which will reduce productivity through congested freight routes. Have you modelled the hit Australia's productivity and prosperity just took with this decision to cancel Inland Rail?
No, Senator. And, yep, no, Senator.
Minister, IPG Global is a significant Australian freight company. It's provided One Nation with the costing for the construction of inland rail from Narromine to the port of Gladstone, privately, along the forestry route, then Wandoo and Banana to Gladstone. An intermodal at Dalby will take the Brisbane and Toowoomba air freight. This has been costed at $14.4 billion using single track with passing loops. And these are legitimate, these people know what they're doing. Mm-hmm. If this company is interested in building the line in return for operation rights, why didn't you put the project out to tender instead of cancelling it?
I'll take that question on notice, Senator Roberts.
Okay, thank you. Everald Crompton is also in town representing a group of transport companies wanting to talk about building the line using private money. Minister, will you meet with proponents, or Ms King, will she meet with proponents of a private build, and more generally, will you consider private equity building the line?
I'll take the question on notice and get back to you, Senator.
Thank you. That's it, Chair.
Senator McKenzie or Senator Goodell?
Can I just go? Ms McDougall, sorry. The evidence you've given, the depth you've gone into on the granular cost, very good people at the Inland Rail. Have we worked out what it means for your team yet, for the people there? Are we looking at that cost? Not the cost in money, but the cost to those people.
Yeah, I would like to take the opportunity to say how proud I am of the really talented and engaged people at Inland Rail who've been turning up every day doing a super hard job in quite challenging circumstances. So I just want to put that on the record. Currently, we are continuing with the approved project works under our project development agreement, so there's no immediate impact to our teams, but we will continue to assess that. We always look at our structures to make sure they're fit for purpose.
Okay. Of the $9.8 million on that narrow, how much has been spent already, and how much would have been needed to be contributed to finish?
I might have to take that on notice, but yeah, I've got that information I can give to you.
Has any extra support offered to your team to deal with the announcement? How did they take it? Are we looking at employee support programs or anything like this internally?
Definitely looking at employee support programs. Our team are incredibly passionate about Inland Rail project, so they are getting on with the job. We have amazingly talented people in our delivery contracts south of Parks, and they have just completed our biggest ever 96-hour possession. So they've been incredibly busy and focused on the job that needs to be done. We're working with our development teams. We have an EIS for the border to Gowrie, which is due to be submitted this Friday, so they have been focused on getting the job done that we're required to do under our project development agreement, but we are providing them with support.
Can you just give them the best wishes and thanks of Coalition, I'm sure, the government for the work they have done?
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. It is, when you're wanting to build a nation-building project like this promised to be, is a bit of a kick in the guts. So thank you. I will go back to my questions. Which recommendations from the SHOT review have been fully implemented by the ARTC?
Senator, I have to get back to the table offhand. I think out of the 19 recommendations, the last review, that 18 of those recommendations have been fully implemented.
Okay,
and
great.
The last one was the completion of the work with the independent review.
Yeah, I think
so. Now it's 18.
They've all been they've all been completed.
There we go. Did you provide any advice around the cancellation and suspension of the Inland Rail north of Parks, or specifically, or only supplied the costings of which then the government?
Thank you, Senator. We provided the estimate on the cost and the schedule.
And then the government made their own decision, not based on a recommendation from you?
No, it's a government decision.
Yep, thank you. Has the ARTC advised the government that the Brisbane connection may no longer be commercially or financially viable?
When you say the Brisbane connection, Senator, can you just help me with a little bit of understanding?
Well, Brisbane Port.
Okay. Well, the work that we'll continue to do and that we have advised the shareholder departments is the existing corridor, so the East Coast Corridor as it stands today, connects at both Bromwellton and Acacia Ridge, which are significant intermodal facilities.
Yes.
The Port of Brisbane is an organisation we continue to grow our relationship with, and we hope that we can create a reasonable intermodal linkage with the existing facilities in the first instance. And so, no, we've certainly not advised that connection is dead.
Just about the regional offices in Narrabri, Toowoomba, what is the status of those offices and the staff within them?
Inland Rail specific, Senator?
Yes, but I'm assuming you share space?
Yeah, well,
yeah.
The easiest way to describe it, our operation and maintenance and where those people are, that continues in the same auspice of where we have been.
Yeah. So we have 9 offices across the Inland Rail alignment. We've got regional offices currently in Albury, Parkes, Narromine and Narrabri, and in Queensland we have an office in Toowoomba and Gundawindi.
Yep.
We've got community engagement shop fronts in Euroa, Broadford, Benalla and Wangaratta.
Yes.
The Parkes office was closed on the 31st of March 2026 after the recent completion of the S2P section of Inland Rail, so there was no further need for office presence there. The Gatton office was also closed on 30 June 2025 due to the fact there were no longer any Inland Rail staff based in Gatton. So at the moment there is no proposal to close any further regional offices, but as I said, we continually assess that depending on where we're up to in the project.
So are you going to be reassessing given the announcement? Have you done any assessment post-announcement?
No, we haven't.
Are you planning to?
Yes, we will. I mean, we do that as a matter of course.
All right.
We're always assessing it.
Just with the Ebenezer intermodal, can I get some sort of clarity around plans of development of that site?
Might hand to Fiona to talk about the engineering linkage and the work that's happened to date. There have been,
we've done studies in the past, but it's really a matter now for National Intermodal Corporation and the state government and Economic Development Queensland as to what they do with the intermodal site.
So when we talk to other people involved in this project around the status of Ebenezer, the Ebenezer site, we're assured that the corridor is being preserved, including the intermodals, but I'm not getting a sense from either of you that that's connected to the Inland Rail project specifically, or indeed from your reaction, Mr Johnson, ARTC more generally. Can I have some clarity or some confidence? Ideally both.
I'll offer clarity from my understanding, and this might have been prior to Fiona maybe possibly starting in the role, Senator. So there have been close relations between both IPL and the National Intermodal Company and the state around what the future designs and linkage of the railway would be at Ebenezer, including the road interaction, the Cunningham Highway. Which areas, topography, other types of things that I have seen information on previously, and from my understanding there's no change at this point in terms of those macro assumptions. I haven't personally discussed with the National Intermodal Company what it means in the current instance, but I believe they'll continue their discussions with the state around development of an intermodal precinct accordingly.
We might have some follow-ups on that. One of the questions we're getting from a lot of the small businesses and subcontractors involved in the rollout has been they've geared up, they've employed staff, they've bought a lot of kit, they've taken on a lot of debt, expecting this project to be something they'll be working on for a long time, having developed expertise. They're now left effectively holding the can. Is there a compensation program for these businesses? How do they actually get reparations because of this government decision? Is there something in place for them?
into you specifically?
Thanks for the question. We deal with people in our communities every day. We've got staff there. We've built up long-term relationships, so we deeply care about the people in our communities. But in regard to compensation, that's a matter for government rather than Inland Rail or ARTC to determine.
Well, Minister, this was a decision of government. It's been made clear. It wasn't a recommendation of the ARTC or Inland Rail Proprietary Limited to stop the project north of Parkes. It was a government decision. Given the fact that businesses have geared up right along the corridor to complete this work and they're now left effectively holding the can, what compensation arrangements has the government put in place to support these businesses?
I can certainly take that question on notice, Senator.
Really appreciate it, Minister. How many businesses, contractors and suppliers had active commercial arrangements with the ARTC linked to Inland Rail north of Parkes?
Total spend with local businesses is $673 million to date, but that is over the program rather than confined to north of Parkes. So I might need to take that on notice.
Well, I'm less about looking at. My question was how many businesses, contractors and suppliers have active commercial arrangements.
So currently,
not the bucket of money that's going to be spent.
So currently, we have 70 contracts for north of Parkes on foot at the moment.
So 70 different businesses or the same businesses having multiple contracts?
I'd have to clarify that.
Yeah, if you could.
Yeah.
And type of business, whether they're contractors, equipment suppliers, etc.
I can clarify that. Yep.
And the staff involved.
Yep.
Does the ARTC, Mr Johnson, still consider Inland Rail to Brisbane to be a nationally significant freight infrastructure priority?
It's about time period, Senator. So what we're really clear on is at the same time the demand that on freight growth is a real demand. As Senator Roberts talked about before, the endeavour is not for that all to go to road, but to continue the uptick of what rail's load share in that is. The most significant contribution to that in the frame of the national network in at least modern history is the announcement that was made at budget time on both the investment in the infrastructure as well as the supporting processes that we're in at the moment.
You don't. The Treasurer and the Minister have done their best to sell their budget. That's fine, Mr Johnson. My question was about whether the ARTC, as an independent body, actually still considered the Inland Rail, Melbourne to Brisbane, a nationally significant project, yes or no?
So I'll get in there, Senator, just
really?
Getting it contextualised. Really? And that is, we believe that there is capability in the existing network to manage those first decade of growth that the Inland Rail was forecast to achieve. And as you've heard and are clear on, preservation of the corridor is that the future decisions can be made around the future of Inland Rail at a different point in time. They're still viable. There is a point where the freight demands between the states, particularly on the East Coast, where that is likely the case.
So from what I hear, the ARTC doesn't think it's a nationally significant project.
I didn't say that, Senator.
No, but you didn't say it was, and I asked if you thought it was.
I said it will be at the right time.
If the Inland Rail project north of Parkes were to proceed in the future, does the ARTC consider it feasible to complete the corridor through to Gladstone?
We continue to work, as Senator's talked about, there's private interests around what the connectivity to the Inland Rail around the Toowoomba region was and whether that was viable. We'll continue to work with those proponents around their plans, including their feasibility and operational plans in the future. Senator.
Thank you. For the financial year 20, we're just going to your annual report now. How many executive staff have base salaries in excess of, in the band, 300,000 to 500,000? Is there anyone behind you that could help you, Mr Johnson? Is your CFO here?
I'll find the exact... No, there's ourselves here, Senator. I'll find the exact number. I'll take it on notice.
I don't want... So this is budget expenditure. I'm wanting to understand executive salaries. And how many people are paid between $300,000 and $500,000 a year?
All of the ARTC executive team will be over that remuneration band, and as you will see in prior annual reports.
Can you help me, Ms McDougall? Do you have the number? I don't need names or serial numbers or Medicare numbers. I just need the number of staff who are in the $300,000 to $500,000 band.
I'll concur with Mr Johnson in that Inland Rail's executive team, which is 7 people, they would all be within that
They're
over
in
300.
the 3 to 5?
Some would be over 5.
So how many are over $500,000 but under $750,000?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Over 700, this sounds like Air Services Australia. Over $750,000? How many executives are more than $750,000?
Currently none for Inland Rail.
Right. So if anyone's listening at home at ARTC, can you please text your boss the numbers? How many executive staff have received performance bonuses or incentive payments in the financial year 24-25?
For Inland Rail, each of our executives received a short-term incentive bonus, which was calculated in accordance with their performance.
All right. So each of the executives, how many executives? 7?
At the moment, there are 7.
Right. Was there more?
The number fluctuates from time to time, ranging between probably 8 and 7. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So over the financial year 24-25, was it 8 sometimes and 7 at other times, or was it 9 and 7?
It was 7 at ARTC within the financial year, and I believe the same at Inland Rail, Senator.
Yep.
Right. So the ARTC, were you giving performance bonuses and incentive payments to your executive team?
To the KMP, as per Australian Public Service Commission policy, yes, Senator.
How many in the KMP? You've got 7 as well, so it's 14 in total. So we might just ask ARTC first. How many bonuses were given and what value?
I have got that value here,
Excellent.
Senator. Just give me 1 second. Thought I had that value here. I will confirm in confirmation, but all 7 KMP received a form of salarised bonus on top of their salary.
Okay.
And the order of magnitude of that across the 7 was around, I think it was $500,000, so $500,000 across 7 people. 500
across 7,000. So how many bonuses were given that were under $100,000?
Most in our case, Senator.
Sorry?
Most in our case, Senator.
Okay, so how many were above that? Can we be accurate, please, Mr Johnson? This is taxpayers' money. This is more. Your bonuses are more than some people earn in a year, and it would be respectful to the Australian taxpayer if you could answer these very simple questions.
Understand.
And you're being incredibly vague. It's very frustrating. Anyway, I will ask respectfully again, how many executives, what did they get paid, and what was their bonus by executive? So I need 7 different numbers.
I think you've asked me 3 questions. Firstly, the total number. How many were under the 100,000 out of those 7
out of the
people?
7. And you said most?
All, in this case.
All. Okay. Well, that would mean that the executive bonus wasn't $500,000, it was 700,000. Less than.
Under.
Okay.
Can I just ask a clarifying question?
Just go for it.
I'm an old company secretary, used to prepare remuneration reports. So I'm having a look at your remuneration report in your latest annual budget, your latest annual report. The total STI bonuses for all the senior executive team, including yourself, 974,286.
Yeah.
Page 98.
I think if you look at that report, I'm talking about ARTC, it's got a mixture of people from Inland Rail and cumulative sum in that report, Senator. I'm talking about ARTC itself.
Right.
And I stand corrected. There was 2 executives in the 24 year that you talked about that were over 100,000, 109 and 102,000.
Thank you. Okay. So that is your, and 5 under 100 of your 7.
Sorry.
And just for next year's annual report, it might be helpful if you just put a little...
I think you've made a mistake, because I think that's the 2024 figure, not the 2025 figure. Do you want to have another look? So the latest year.
No, he said 24.
I said 24,
He said
Senator.
24.
He did say 24.
But we got figures for the 2025 year.
You've got both. I thought the Senator asked for the 24 year first.
I did. I asked for 24-25. And I'm assuming we haven't quite finished 25-26.
In 25, you asked the specific question again, Senator, and that is no one in that team received a bonus over $100,000 in that year.
It's a financial year.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm wanting the financial year 24-25. That's the question I asked.
Senator, none of the executive at RTC received a salarised bonus over $100,000 that year.
Over. So in 24-25, all 7 under 100,000.
That's right.
Correct. Thank you.
But that's
Can
not
the same-
including you, Mr Johnson. That's not including you.
No.
And what was your bonus, Mr Johnson?
As per the annual report, circa 220,000.
220,000. Right. So when we go total executive bonus, it's actually more in... If you add your bonus, Mr Johnson, into the total executive bonus, which I had assumed was the calculation you had done, how much is that? What was the total executive bonus for the period 24-25?
Senator, I'll get you the exact number, and I'll do it here in a minute. I'd have to extract others from the table out of the Inland Rail, sorry, Senator, so I haven't got precisely myself.
I'm going to Ms McDougall. She might be able to make that subtraction quite easily. So you've got 7 executive staff. Have you allocated your salary bands for your 7 staff?
Salary, we don't have salary bands.
Okay, I've said
Sorry.
300 to 500,000, 500 to 750, more than 750,000. How many staff?
Currently, sorry. For 2025, there was, including the CEO at the time, there were 2 executives with total remuneration over 300,000.
Right. And everyone else was under 300,000. What were the other 5 doing?
Sorry, I made a mistake. There were
That's
3
okay.
executives over 300,000, including the CEO at the time.
Right. And were you over 300,000 and under 750?
with the two of the executives were over 750, including their STI benefits, so their total remuneration was over 750.
Okay, so we've got 2 and 2. That leaves 3. Where are the other 3?
Under 300,000.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And were these 7... Does the 7 include the CEO for the Inland Rail? Or are you a plus? Is that position a +1 as well? For the year 24-25.
For the year 24-25. Sorry, it's... Sorry, could you clarify the question? Yeah. Would you mind clarifying the question for me or repeating the question?
Okay. I will repeat the question for probably the 10th time. So I'm wanting to understand the bonuses that were paid. Mm-hmm. I have been told by yourself, your evidence is there are 7 in your executive team. Mm-hmm. When Mr. Johnson told me there were 7 in his executive team, he forgot to include himself. I'm just checking that you've included your role in your 7. Yes?
Yes.
Great.
Currently.
So, please outline the bonuses that were paid in dollar amounts to the executive members.
No problem.
Thank you.
In 2025 or 2024? 2025, STI bonus was paid above 300 to the then CEO.
Yep.
In 2025, a bonus of 52,410 was payable to me in my substantive role as General Counsel and Chief Commercial Officer.
You don't have to identify the people, I'm just bodies.
Another bonus was paid for a 32,000.
Yep.
53,000.
Yep.
And then 177,000. The non-KMP executive, who are still executives, 45, 85, 73, and that's it for 2025.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Senator, you asked how much the total sum was for ARTC, inclusive of myself.
Including
it's
$750,000.
$650,000.
$650,000. You are aware of the critique over a long period of time, particularly of the ARTC, in managing the Inland Rail project and the cost blowouts and the route alignment and the lack of consultation with communities. And we've cancelled the project after making the governance changes that needed to happen. And businesses are going backwards or out the door, and the executive team is getting paid $650,000 on top of their very generous salary packages, and we've cancelled the project north of Parks. It's very hard not to be cynical. Who makes the decision to award the bonuses? And from what bucket in your budget do you take that?
Just to be clear, Senator, I think there's an authorised framework and a scheme about how individual performance salaries are set, and I'm assuming the same for Inland Rail. Within that is a frame of both business and personal endeavours for KMP, and what I can tell you that is assessed by a subcommittee and obviously myself, and my remuneration and is set obviously by Rem Tribunal, and in combination with that the board would oversee those payments, and I would think I'd draw reference to the performance of the operation and maintenance of the ARTC business and network over the period of time that we're assessing, particularly post the changes, and I'm assuming exactly the same framework still exists within Inland Rail and works that way.
So my final question on this topic, were any of the executive or staff bonuses related to project milestones in the rollout of rail projects, delivery targets, governance reforms or performance metrics associated with the Inland Rail?
We had goals associated with the closeout of the recommendations, the inception of the brownfield sections that are updated back into operation. So to the extent that ARTC is accountable for those things, yes.
So, sorry, are these your 7 executives, Mr Johnson, when you were giving them their generous bonuses? I want to understand if they were actually bonuses related to metrics associated around the Inland Rail, project milestones, delivery targets, governance reforms, performance metrics that were associated to the Inland Rail.
Just framework is individual, Senator, and so for some of those executives that is pertinent, and they did have goals associated with either the governance, the recommendations, or the frameworks in place to incept the brownfield upgraded sections back into operations.
And what about yourself, Ms McDougall? How were the bonuses awarded within Inland Rail Proprietary Limited?
There is a portion of the STI which is awarded in accordance with corporate performance, which is related to budget, delivery milestones, normal project metrics. Yep. And then a portion is awarded in accordance with individual KPIs that are set at at the start of each remuneration year.
And which metrics were which metrics were associated with the rollout and delivery of the Inland Rail itself?
I can speak for this year. The metrics are largely related to a portion of the delivery projects for each of the 3.
For the 24, we've got the numbers for the 24-25. Yeah. I can ask you that question when I see you next time, because we'll have those numbers in for this financial year. But the metrics, can you take on notice?
Yeah, I can take that on notice.
Because it's a lot of money.
Yep, I can take that on notice.
And I would have thought we'd be doing it on the rollout of the Inland Rail. Yeah, I don't have any other questions.
I've just got one follow-up. Acting Chair, Deputy Chair, anyone? I've just got one follow-up question. So, Ann Miller was the previous...
He was our permanent CEO who left Inland Rail in mid-2025.
Sorry, what date? 2025? Sorry, Mark. I'm just trying to. I'm trying to connect between this STI he received, which was greater than Mr Johnson's materially, and he resigned the next year. So I'm trying to make a connection with respect to how this 317,682 STI, the period it relates to, and when he resigned. So
he resigned in early July 2025.
So he resigned in early July 2025. So this amount he received of 317,682 related to the financial year ending 30 June 2024?
Correct.
Sorry, related to the period ending 30 June 2025.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, yes.
Okay. Are there any clawback provisions?
No.
So there's no clawback provisions. You'd be aware that it's standard remuneration practice in relation to STIs to have clawback provisions in relation to certain outcomes occur to make sure that you don't have a situation where, especially a chief executive officer, may resign and he's paid a huge bonus just before resigning, and then things come to light after they've resigned. There was no clawback provisions in relation to the remuneration structure of Inland Rail?
Senator, sorry.
No, you go.
Senator, I think for the interim CEO at Inland Rail to answer those questions is quite difficult. So the board will have evaluated the performance, the on nature of both the schedule and the performance of Inland Rail, particularly in the delivery mode south of Parkes at that point in time. They've come to the conclusion and awarded that as per the financial year. I'm not au fait with the terms of the contract itself, and I'd have to take that on notice on behalf of Inland Rail, if you like, but you've read in the annual report what was remunerated.
Well, Mr Johnson, in a previous life, I used to be a company secretary advising our remuneration committee. I'm very, very familiar with respect to best practice remuneration practices, and in a circumstance where a CEO resigns in the first week of the beginning of the new financial year and receives a great amount of money in relation to their STI for the immediate previous financial year, it raises issues in my mind. So I'd like you to take on notice. I'm not sure who's to take it on notice in relation to that issue. If you could take it on notice and perhaps share it with your board, because I'm very interested to see all the material relating to the calculation of his STI, his performance against the nominated hurdles, and I'd also like to see the specific minutes of the Remuneration Committee in relation to the decision made to pay him this extraordinary amount of $317,000 in circumstances where barely 8 months later, Inland Rail is consolidating, that's the term they're using, at Parks. It just seems extraordinary to me. Excellent. Absolutely extraordinary that he'd be receiving that amount, $317,000, substantially more, materially more than Mr Johnson, who's still here, still doing his job, and Inland Rail's consolidating at Parks, and the previous CEO's walking away with this bag of cash. And the other question I'm asking is, I don't understand, there's note 14 to the remuneration table that says he resigned, but he got paid 3 months' salary, but he resigned. Why is he being paid when he resigned?
As I can't comment on that.
So can you?
I can take that on notice.
I'm very interested in, perhaps if you can take on notice, I'd like to see his contract. I'd also like to see any independent advice the board received from a remuneration advisor. I hope they had an external independent remuneration advisor with respect to the formulation of the KPIs, which went into his STIs, because one of the grave concerns shareholders certainly have and Australian taxpayers should have is people set low KPIs so they're just a doddle so they get their huge STI. So I want to know the degree of rigour that the board put in to the calculation of these STIs and what sort of governance procedures were there. In circumstances where he received this amount of $317,000 barely 9 months before the project goes kaput in terms of going north of Parks. It's extraordinary. So could you take that on notice, please?
Certainly.
Thank you.
That was excellent. I just have, I have another series of questions. I said I had none, but then I've just been shot some more, so. I've just got, can I just, thank you.
Sorry, Senator, was somebody interrupting you?
I haven't spoken for a while. Senator Sheldon, just shh. Don't need any escalation, please. Rail freight providers frequently raise with me concerns about competition with passenger services for rail access and shared lines with the freight task. Can you identify what are the key sections of the ARTC rail track where freight services currently are being impacted by passenger trains?
So the areas of, clearly this is an ARTC operating matter. The area of greatest intensity with the mix of both local passenger, regional passenger, interstate and New South Wales based freight is probably in the Southern Highlands. So from Campbelltown to probably as far as Cootamundra on occasions, but Goulburn. That area at the moment, we've got a number of investment programs underway. Southern Highlands overtaking lanes. We've also upgraded, with the support of shareholders, a key junction there called Joppa Junction. So there's a number, and we've just undertaken a series of work where we've had a number of issues related to line wire and on occasion theft of. And so works in that area is the predominance of the network investment program, plus some other capacity enabling works, which so that area in particular is probably the greatest at this point.
Yeah,
obviously the Sydney Trains network transits between Sydney and Tulare, or the Newcastle area, which is heavily trafficked from passenger trains, and we are working in coordination with Transport for New South Wales to improve the integration of that task.
So is it an integration issue or we need more track?
We're working at integration level, so there's other constraints to solve before we get to the capacity on the network.
Okay. do you have assessments as to the annual cost, either in dollars or time, to freight operators resulting from competition and congestion on the rail network due to the passenger services?
No, sorry, Senator.
Is that a piece of work that you would do, or...?
We're working through performance, delay criteria, including our own, and improving that across the national
Who would be
network.
able to assess that, the annual cost in time
The annual
or
cost
money
in time.
of to the freight operators themselves of this sort of lack, the competition, but also the congestion that's occurring between freight and passenger services?
When you talk about congestion, the improvement in some of those freight availability and the passenger times continues to improve. And so if we're to evaluate or provide further information about that performance trend, I'm happy to do so.
The government recently announced a $100 million project to upgrade the Sydney to Canberra passenger rail service. The department was unable to inform this committee where the upgrades would be. Is the ARTC aware whether any of the funded upgrades would be made to the ARTC's rail network for a passenger service?
So I'll clarify. So the joint announcement between clearly New South Wales ACT and the federal government predominantly relates to a section from the main line into Canberra, and so some of that discussion and investment will go to speed restrictions and reducing those, so fixing those. I believe that there's turnouts and level crossings within that area of the network as well. So the predominance of that, and it's complementary to the work that we continue to do from where, if you like, where that network joins our network into Sydney that I've just touched on. So it is complementary overall to what we're focused on the main line into Sydney.
So the $100 million, are the funded upgrades being made to your rail network, yes or no?
No.
Thank you.
So to the country regional network that adjoins our network.
Right. The Minister's media release suggested one of the reasons for the funding was future express services, such as a non-stop Canberra-Sydney service. Did the Minister consult with the ARTC on her plans for express Sydney to Canberra rail service prior to making the announcement? Because I would assume that that might have an impact on freight services.
Senator, the operator of the trains that you talk about in particular is New South Wales Trainlink, so an arm of Transport for New South Wales. Those concepts around viability of either either express services or different timetables, they've started those liaisons with us last year.
The Minister did?
No, through the operator themselves.
So before they made the announcement of $100 million worth of upgrades, did they talk to you? That was my question, the Minister.
Yes, Transport for New South Wales and the operator on that train have been in those discussions.
Would the Sydney to Canberra Express rail service get priority over freight rail on the ARTC Southern Highlands line?
There's a priority matrix that's listed out in the undertaking and the lease conditions in New South Wales. I won't go to all the specifications of that, but fair to say passengers do get a priority across the network.
So the concerns from freight operators that in my first question in this series are real?
We've been working pretty closely with freight operators, freight owners and a number of parties across our performance, the work in the corridor, and we get pretty, what I would say is we've got a fairly aligned, what are the priorities, what do we have to achieve, how do we maintain performance on that network today. Senator?
They were very nice words, Mr Johnson, but my question remains, this announcement will have an impact on freight operators in one of the sections of your network which you have admitted is the most congested and problematic for freight. There doesn't seem to have been any analysis on the impact, cost or time implications for the freight task. So I hear you, I see you, but on behalf of freight operators, I want to know that the freight guy, the freight train guy, rail guy, is actually conscious of the issue and is being consulted by government when they're actually putting passenger services on the network, already congested network?
Senator, we continue to work with integrating that whole of task.
Okay.
And I don't agree with your analysis.
Okay. Where along the line would freight, this is the last question, where along the line would freight trains be able to park and wait to provide access to the express passenger service?
Chair. Thank you.
I just wanted to add to Senator Mackenzie's questions there, just in regards to some quotes that we have from Andrew Harding, the CEO of Verizon, through the Freight on Rail Group. He's advocated for additional funding to help improve the resilience of Australia's national freight rail network. Mr Harding said that the federal government's decision to pause work on the Inland Rail was a prudent and fiscally responsible decision. Brett Graham, CEO Pacific National, also concurs, and so does Wes Judd from the Chair Milmarin Rail Group, just to put on the record.
I think it's great. We do need more freight on rail. I'm a huge fan. It reduces CO2 emissions, it makes safer roads. And if we can put more on it, it'll get cheaper. So my question remains, where along the line are the freight trains going to be able to park and wait in order to be able to make way for an express passenger service from Canberra to Sydney?
Yeah, I won't go through every specific. I think I mentioned before the reinstatement or the development of overtaking lanes. We've got now also in concept level due to go for final review and what we do ourselves from that concept around passing loops and the extension of those in the Southern Highlands to create the available capacity that has been sought from our customers based on the freight demand, Senator.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. No more questions.
I've got some just follow-up questions in the remuneration.
Sure, we're due to break at 9:15, which is in 3 minutes.
I might just... I'll only take 3 minutes.
Sure. We'll be counting.
Okay. Yeah. Look, I've just gone back and had a look at the previous year's annual report, and this the CEO of Inland Rail only joined Inland Rail in December 2023. Is that correct? And he left, the media release I found was dated June 2025. So before the end of the financial year, before he completed a full financial year of service, he actually resigned to take on a position at John Holland. So to move on to another very senior executive position. No. So he actually resigned prior to the end of the financial year, the full financial year, the year ending 30 June 2025. And this isn't your... I'm just trying to tease out the facts, but is that... So not in July, but in June?
I'll take that on notice and get the exact date for you.
That's what the media release was, June.
He might have resigned in June, but he was still employed by Inland Rail for a time after that. But I will clarify that and take that on notice.
So he got paid $479,000 in his first 6-7 months, and then the next financial year, where he's resigned before the end of the financial year, he's been paid over $800,000 in remuneration, base remuneration, and $317,000. I'm trying to work out how much he was paid per month. It's extraordinary. He was only at the company for 18 months, and he's walked away with this extraordinary amount of money. So can you... I also want you to take on notice what advice the board got with respect to the initial employment of him, because usually most senior executive contracts have something about you've got to at least complete one full financial year before you get an STI. And so I wanted the advice the board got in relation to his executive arrangements, but this is extraordinary. So if you could take that on notice.
I'll take that on notice.
So Mackenzie had one to sneak in.
Given this gentleman went to John Holland, I'd like to understand, you probably won't have this, but the number of contracts Inland Rail and ARTC have with John Holland Group, and also the financial value of those contracts over the past 3 years and the forward estimates. Thank you.
Senator, I'm sure Fiona will follow up in her capacity on what's been sought. Just to put in clarity, because IRPL did write at that point of time around this change to give assurance to ARTC around these changes in the relationships, the employment relationships, that there were assurances developed and offered and provided from the John Holland Group that Inland Rail was satisfied around the ring fencing of any such commercial transactions and dealings, either contracts afoot or any future. And I am aware of those assurances because they were provided to us. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much, Mr Johnson. Former ministers can't work in their former portfolios for quite a long time, and I tell you, particularly on the Conservative side of politics, it's pretty hard to get a gig outside of your portfolio specialty. Do similar requirements occur for government entities such as Inland Rail Proprietary Limited or the ARTC, that you are prohibited, once serving in a senior executive capacity, from entering the industry more broadly? And Minister, I might just ask if you could just follow up on that. I'm not sure whether that is the case.
Sure.
Too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We'll head to our break now at 9:16 and come back at 9:31. Thank you. Excellent. I now welcome the Chief Executive and National Regulator from the Office of the National Rail Safety Regulator, Dr. Natalie Pelham. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you.
Okay, no worries. Thank you. Senator McKenzie.
Great to have you here. What is the ANZA's projected budget for revenue and expenses in the 26-27 year?
We receive annual accreditation fees, and that's the total of our budget. Those accreditation fees are a combination of what is provided by the rail operators that we accredit, and also some government funding from jurisdictions that are winding down their government contribution and moving to 100% cost recovery from the rail industry. We get, I can't remember the exact number, but I think it's around $48.7 million per annum.
In revenue, and what are your expenses for 26-27?
We expend all of that money on our combination of our regulatory activities and then the overhead costs. And the split between those is about 28% for our overhead costs, and the remainder goes to our regulatory activities.
But I want a dollar figure. I just asked for your projected budget for revenue and expenses for the financial year 26-27. So, have you got those figures?
I don't, no.
Okay.
I'm sorry, because we're not a line agency, I wasn't expecting you to ask me about budget numbers, but I can certainly provide them if that's
that would
of
be
interest to
wonderful.
you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. What share of ANZA's revenue in 26-27 will come from governments, rail infrastructure managers, rail users, rolling stock owners, and tourist and heritage operators? So do you have a proportional breakdown?
I don't have those figures with me. As I said, I didn't realise you were going to ask me those because we're not a line agency. So I realise this is budget estimates, but I wasn't expecting you to ask me those questions.
Budget estimates, that's okay.
I can certainly provide it if you want it. I can provide it. It's not a secret, but I don't have 26-27 with me, nor do I have with me 25-26
that's
or
okay.
24-25.
On notice, if you could.
Yeah.
The committee will let you know how to put in answers to questions on notice, and if you could provide those figures,
all that information
as
for
a
you.
proportion.
Yeah.
Under the new cost recovery model, what share of ANZA's revenue is provided by freight rail operators, and what share is provided by passenger rail operators?
There is no new cost recovery model. It wasn't approved by ministers, and so it's the same formula that we've had since the inception of ANZA back in 2013. It's not split up in that sort of proportion between the different operators. It's essentially what was agreed as a cost of regulation when ANZA first started, and that cost is then divvied up through a state and jurisdictional based formula and then collected from rail operators based on their track and train kilometres.
Right, but so ANZA doesn't actually differentiate between a passenger rail operator or a freight rail operator?
We do.
Yes,
and again, if you want me, we wouldn't normally present the figures in that way.
No, but I would like you to do that.
But if you like that, I can.
I would like that.
Yeah. Any way you want the figures. Sorry to have to do this to you, but if you want to tell me how you want them, I can provide the information.
We usually don't provide agencies with questions prior to budget, but if it'll help.
No, I
mean
now.
Yes,
now. I mean
okay,
now, obviously.
Right, we can do that. How many regulatory matters is the ANZA currently prosecuting through the courts?
Through the courts, we would have at the moment, I think there's 3 to 5 matters. They're a combination of drug and alcohol, which we take against individual rail safety workers.
Yep.
And then there would be ones that we take against companies for breaches of the rail safety national law, usually under their general safety duties.
On notice, can you provide the full list, please, of
the ones
court
that are in
actions?
court? The ones that are in court, yeah,
yes,
no problem.
Thank you. And what is the split in regulatory prosecutions currently on foot between passenger and freight rail operators?
They would be predominantly freight.
Why is that?
It just happens to be the ones that we've investigated where we think they are to be taken to court.
Private operators versus government.
I was getting there.
Oh, sorry.
You've it's like the Jack in the Box that goes early. You.
It's my story of my life.
It's getting late, but it's not that late. Guys, we've still got an hour and a half.
Family program.
Stick to the program. How many serious injury incidents does the regulator investigate annually for passenger rail and for freight rail operators?
It depends on the nature of the events. So we have a criteria for the sorts of matters that we would go out and start an initial deployment. And then based on the deployment, we would gather information and have a look at a number of things. One, whether or not there are immediate safety risks to address, and in that case we take action almost immediately. Whether or not there are potentially breaches of the law, in which case we would investigate those breaches. And then the last part is trying to get to the heart of what actually happened and is there something to learn and can we share that with other operators. So that's the primary basis. Usually that would involve where there are serious injuries.
Yep.
But more recently, because of the interest in level crossings, we've been going more to level crossings that have been near hits or where there haven't been as serious injuries, and because what we are trying to do is look at whether or not there's things we need to better understand about level crossing incidents above and beyond whether or not someone was injured. Is there something we can learn in advance of that?
I am interested in the differential between passenger and freight prosecutions and, it seems, interest.
Mm-hmm.
Because it does seem quite weighted towards freight operators over passenger. Does an incident being raised have to come through one of your shareholder ministers or entities, or how do you become aware of issues?
We don't have shareholder ministers or entities. We're a not-for-profit organisation that was set up to represent all of the...
but you've got governments or...
Yeah, the government, the state and territory governments.
Yes.
The amount of funding is being wound back, so I think we only have 2 governments that continue to provide funding.
Which ones are they?
And that's New South Wales and Victoria.
Right.
And the reason for that is those governments, when ONZA was set up, they had a higher proportion of the government paying for their state-based regulators at the time,
Yep.
and were recovering less from the industry. There were some governments at the time that were fully cost recovered from industry, and so there's been a definite plan to reduce the reliance on government funding, and so there's a 5% drop in that government funding every year until it gets down to 0.
Okay. I'll probably have some more follow-up questions when we actually get the data that I needed.
Mm-hmm.
The drug and alcohol policy, which I understand was updated on January the 26th, January 2026?
So whose drug and alcohol policy?
Your drug and alcohol policy.
There are several different things to do with drug and alcohol. So every accredited operator must have a drug and alcohol management plan.
Yeah.
And so they treat drug and alcohol as a health issue, and they make sure that they've got programs in place to manage that, to do testing. We also have a drug and alcohol testing program. Any policy for drug and alcohol would more relate to our internal arrangements.
So my understanding is that ONZA recommends a random drug and alcohol policy for rail operators. Is drug testing mandatory for staff under the policy?
So the requirements under the legislation and the safety management system are operators need to have in place drug and alcohol management programs.
Yep.
Part of that program is they can do certain testing, whether that's targeted or random or on some sort of reasonable suspicion. So they build up a program for their own workforce based on that. Separately, ONZA has its own testing program. And through our testing program, if we identify that someone has got a high concentration or whatever it is, we can consider whether or not we take a prosecution against that individual for not complying with the law.
Right.
But they're two separate things. So there's the Drug and Alcohol Management Program, which is for operators. Operators let us know in their reports how many positive tests and other sorts of things.
Yes.
But we do our own random and targeted testing program, which we outsource to a company that does it. And based on those results,
Right.
we can then have a look at whether or not we might take a prosecution.
So drug testing isn't mandatory for staff under the policy?
It depends on the state. Some states, for New South Wales, for example, they have additional requirements under their legislation for testing. So some areas of the national law, not all states went with the single national law. There's some additional regulations or changes that are specific to their jurisdiction.
How many incidents happen per year with rail safety workers affected by illicit drugs?
I'd have to come back to you with the specific number.
How frequently should rail operators test workers, and what percentage of workers should be tested under the drug and alcohol policy?
Again, it would depend on the different states, if there's any specific requirements in those states. Like,
so it's the state policy that overrules, not the ONSA. We've got the ONSA fact sheet here around, but it's the national law, and not all states have signed up to this. Is that correct?
No. All states have signed up to the national law.
But they haven't implemented the drug and alcohol policy?
And they do implement the drug and alcohol programs. But there are also state-based changes, which they kept when we created the National Rail Safety Regulator.
What happens if a rail safety worker refuses to submit to a drug test under the policy?
That's an offence under the law.
And so there's a fine?
You'd have to take them to court. You can't just issue a fine. We'd have to take them to court and prosecute them. Excuse me.
Okay. How many level crossing collisions occurred in 24-25?
Collisions, I'm trying to remember the numbers.
It's okay, you can take that on notice. And just finally, I'll submit some questions on notice. I understand there was a significant incident in Victoria last year with an e-bike catching fire on a train, high flashpoint lithium-ion battery fire on a passenger train, obviously represent a very significant risk, particularly when we're going through subways and tunnels. What action is ONSAR and the state transport operators taking to address the risk of fires on passenger trains?
Yep. So as you say, it's a serious issue. It's a serious issue across a number of transport modes. So the lithium-ion batteries do have the potential for a run-on.
So what are we doing with the passenger transport operators?
So what we're doing is we're working with each of the accredited operators that run passenger services. We've been asking them how they're actually dealing with that particular risk, how are they actually dealing with areas where they've got higher risks, so in tunnels, other sorts of things. We've worked closely with the state departments. They've put in, a number of the jurisdictions have now put in regulations to ban parts of those in the operations for the rail.
Yep.
And they've also given some of the operators the ability to actually stop them from coming onto the railway premises.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Dr. Pelham. I'll submit questions on notice through the committee, and they'll be in contact with some of the specific questions.
Sure, no problem.
Really appreciate it.
Great, thank you
Thanks
very
for your
much. We'll now call the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator. Now, it was remiss of me when we came back from the break not to update that the committee agreed to table a series of articles demonstrating work on sham contracting conducted since Senator Stell's first roundtable in November. These are those wonderful documents that have been circulated.
I don't know how we
see you again. Thank you. I'm glad that
now have the
I really wanted
Senators, feel free to
same
spot.
Yeah.
Thank you. We can all use a little bit more of reading in our lives. Thank you very much. I now welcome officers from the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator, including the Chief Executive Officer, Ms Nicole Rosie. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
No.
Okay. Now, in the interest of rewarding patience being a virtue, Senator Sheldon, I might move to you quickly.
Thank you very much. Just before just to welcome you all, but also I should just say a couple of words about your retired chair, Duncan Gay. I've dealt with Duncan when he was the New South Wales Minister for Roads. I find him a thorough gentleman with a great sense of humour. He also had a passion for road transport. He would, regardless of organisation, no fear or favour, he was committed to make sure the public interest was served. He would take on the biggest and the smallest if they're doing the wrong thing, but he'd always do it with a flair, a determination and commitment to outcomes for the community. And I've seen the exact same period that he's been at chair of the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator, that Duncan's take on some very important fights in what is a very dangerous industry, but also a very rewarding industry. I know with all those battles you think you'd have a long list of enemies. Well, Duncan doesn't. He has a long list of friends because he's always been very much a straight shooter. So I wish him the best in his future endeavours, but I have a great deal of deep respect for Duncan's service to the country and service to road transport.
Yeah, I would, as a New South Wales Nat, I would like to associate with everything he's a good guy. Thank you.
What a lovely committee.
I just want to go to the questions of sham contracting and probably just, I know there is a broad number of issues, but I'll concentrate on obviously the role that the NHVR have been playing, and more recently. And I note you may or may not be aware, but earlier today we had some heated conversations about and passionate conversations about what was happening with sham contracting and the effect on transport, effect on road users. I'm also aware that Senator Sterle had held 2 road transport industry roundtables since November last year, which has been very well attended by state transport associations, transport operators, Australian Road Transport Industry Organisation, the Transport Workers Union, and a meeting in Melbourne with Senator Sterle hosted last week. I understand the Fair Work Ombudsman, the Australian Tax Office, Australian Border Force and the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator also attended. I noted there's an article which I think has been circulated, but I won't give you the one that's today unless you need it. It's only very short, but it's to the point. It also goes to the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator, meetings and commitment to road safety, and some meetings that took place today on sham contracting. There's an article in Australian Transport News, and that article went from Chris Edwards, talked about the NHVR has used compliance records and crash data, safety cam fatigue data to report the heavy vehicle confidential reporting line to identify more than 20 operators who are considered to present an unacceptable safety risk. So I just want to this is an important area. So obviously this affects not only a vital industry, what's happening with sham contracting, but also all road users. We know there's a disproportionate amount of deaths and fatalities associated with the heavy vehicle industry. It's an industry that has a lot of challenges. The first question just goes to, could you just take us through the work that NHVR is actively conducting in response to the sham contracting?
Sure. First of all, just acknowledge our chair, Duncan Gay, now our past chair. I think he would really appreciate that acknowledgement, a great man, and he made a huge contribution to NHVR. So just thank you for that acknowledgement. Look, we've been very focused actually on high-risk operators. So over the last 6 to 12 months, since I've been in the role as Chief Executive, we've combined together a bunch of data. You listed some of that, so compliance records, crash data, safety fatigue data, confidential reporting line data, also accreditation data, audit results. We've combined that data together, and we have risk profiles for operators. And we have started to proactively act on the highest risk operators. Now, they're about 21 to 25 at any one time. They can come in and out of that profile. For numbers, we have around 279,000 operators, and there's 21 to 25, so less than 1% in this category. With this group, we've been very, very focused on looking at them. So to give you some statistics, almost all of them are now under active investigation with us, enforcement action. 100% have had regulatory action against them since we commenced this program. Now, these are significantly different figures from a year ago. So these numbers were in the low 20s a year ago. So we are now actively working with this group at a much higher level. 43%, interestingly enough, 20 of the 21 were in accreditation. And now 43% of those have now been exited out of accreditation. The balance, 48, are under review in accreditation, and 2 have very strict conditions on them in accreditation. We've issued more prohibition notices than we have in the preceding 10 years in the last 3 months against these operators, and we have also injuncted operators who have driven vehicles post them being prohibited. So we're taking very strong action. What we have then done, on the basis that we were very interested to see the correlation between this group of operators and sham contracting, or ABNs as the case may be, we have then cross-correlated this group to ABN data, the ABN data that we've been able to get. And what we have found is that there is a correlation, close to 60% correlation. They have a higher rate of being within this higher risk operator group. And of 21 trucks that we've pulled over from these highest risk operators, around 17 to 18 have been on ABNs. So we do believe there's a correlation between us targeting these highest risk operators and whether you call it use of ABNs or sham contracting, there is a correlation that we're working on. So we're not so much focused on sham contracting per se, but we believe the focus on highest risk operators is likely correlated with sham contracting. But separately, we've been working very, very closely, well, separately and aligned, I guess, very, very closely with ATO and Fair Work Australia to start to, Fair Work Ombudsman to start to share data and to start to run joint operations. So we've run a series of operations over the last few months with those parties, well, particularly with Fair Work, and we're continuing to look at how we can share data within the current guidelines around data sharing between agencies. So we're very, very focused on this area. We think it's a very targeted approach to the highest risk operators, but also will start to address some of these sham contracting concerns.
So if I've captured this correctly, please correct me if I'm wrong. So with information from the tax office about concerns or including ABN numbers, with Fair Work Ombudsman finding employment or sham contracting or suspected sham contracting, breaches of heavy vehicle regulations, that there's a correlation between all those factors that one is a flag for one of the other agencies, which then under investigation starts to becoming true. There's a pattern of behaviour that can occur or seems to occur when you're finding some of these more notorious or high-risk companies.
Yeah, having done a lot of work in the safety space, there is generally a correlation between a set of factors that exist that are all linked to poor safety outcomes. That's how you treat your workers, how you look after your equipment, how you invest in people and training. And so that combination of data across agencies does give us the ability to look at that suite of inputs, I guess, that then give us the output, which is really who are our highest risk and who should we start looking at more closely, and that's what we've been doing.
Yeah. Are you aware of the actions that have been taken by the Shadow Economy Task Force, including the Australian Tax Office and Fair Work Ombudsman, in response to sham contracting since Senator Sterle's first roundtable in November last year?
Well, I don't think I can talk to those, but yes, they were presented at the roundtable, and there is quite a lot of work happening in both those spaces. But those agencies would be best to speak to their work.
Just on you've just gone through a list of concerns. I'm sure one of the things that's always struck me about the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator is engagement with industry. So there's there's a lot of conversations taking place, and there's a degree of depth that's been consistent with that body over many years. I might just read you out some quotes. You might just respond briefly, as long as you'd like. Peter Anderson from the Victorian Road Transport Association, when talking about this program that the NHV are a party to, in an industry paper called Big Rigs, which is widely read by owner-drivers and trucking players. And you're nodding your head, you know Big Rigs as well. For those that are heavily involved in the trucking industry, it won't be a surprise to hear Big Rigs being named. And if you don't know what it is, when you go to a truck stop or you go to a petrol station somewhere on the highways, you'll find a copy of Big Rigs sitting there, still in hard copy, but you can get it online. It said that on the 26th of March, our recent meetings in Canberra, led by Senator Glenn Sterle and attended by national transport leaders, underscored how deeply this issue resonates across the sector. And Peter Anderson went on to say, and he said that and then went on to say, for the first time in many years, there's a genuine alignment between industry groups, unions, policymakers and regulators. Do you feel that there's, with the conversations that are taking place, that there is that alignment in the industry with the work that the NRTC is doing and others?
Yeah, well, Steve and I were at the last round table, and I would absolutely say that there is very, very high concern, one, and two, very strong commitment from the government agencies around the table to work jointly together to address those concerns. And I think probably true to say that that's at a much higher level of focus than potentially in the past year.
And the Australian Trucking Association CEO, Matthew Munro, said that, and I quote, said that Senator Sterle had done an outstanding job of drawing attention to the issue and bringing industry plus lead agencies and the responsible ministers together. Went on to say this is resulting in a shared understanding of the problem and a far more cooperative approach. There is more to do, but real progress is being made. Do you take some heart from, obviously Mr Munro's, again, many of us in the transport industry would know Mr Munro, and both Peter and I and Matthew have had a few different views on things at times, but they're certainly speaking out very solidly about the efforts that have been made as being, again, another industry moment in time. Would you describe that?
And I think there's very strong commitment across all the parties to work together to address this issue.
And I also note another, I will argue who's the bigger magazine and more widely read, but Owner Driver. And of course you're nodding your head because we know that how important that magazine is and publication is across the road transport industry for many, many years. Rivaling Big Rigs or Big Rigs rivaling Owner Driver. But on the 16th of March of 2026, the National Road Transport Association, NatRoad, had welcomed the pair's efforts to fight the supply chain issues. They went on to say the maths is simple. Legitimate truck operators could never compete against businesses operating with 20 to 30% lower cost base through illegal schemes, NatRoad CEO Warren Clark said. He also went on to say that has already resulted in many legitimate hard-working people losing their livelihood, taking skill and experience out of the industry at a time when we desperately need them. Now that the Australian Tax Office and the Fair Work Ombudsman are stepping up, and other players, we might finally get a fairer fight on our hands. And I'll go on to also just another quote from the Queensland Transport Association, again, all significant organisations in transport, road transport, the leading organisations. That through CEO Gary Mann said that he was extremely pleased to hear that the ATO and Fair Work Ombudsman planned joint action. It is important to acknowledge the work, and he went on to say, it is important to acknowledge the work of Senator Glenn Sterle, who has been a dogged supporter of the road transport industry and has worked hard to get their concerns heard and bring about action from Canberra, Mr Mann said. So I just want to say to you, thank you, longly involved in the trucking industry, but thank you for the hard work that you're doing and the significant role. It's been watched by the industry, but also you've been congratulated for taking this, finally taking this, for appropriately taking this step up in a coordinated way. Just my question then is, would you describe this sort of unity unprecedented?
I'm really not in a position to comment on that, given I've only been in the role for a short period.
It's very easy. I can.
Well answered.
I know the senator doesn't really care about the trucking industry except screaming out.
What I would say is that it is in tremendous join-up of government agencies that throughout my career it's been one of the success factors in how you solve these systemic problems. And I think there's really genuine intent across the agencies to do that. I think it's really been led from multiple places. So yes, I would just acknowledge that it is a very complex problem to solve, and it will need us all to be working together. And I think we are, which is really good.
And Minister, I'm sure if you'd like to make any additional comments to the observations.
Only that it's, thank you, Senator Sheldon, only that it's, excuse me, must be late at night. Yeah, only that it's quite remarkable actually. I just listening to the stories, but also knowing how passionate Senator Sterle is in this space, to see such incredible improvements and the advocacy around this whole area has been really significant. So in such a short time too.
Thank you, Minister. Back to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Great to see you, NHVR. One of the requests of the transport industry to address the cost impacts of the fuel crisis was to allow temporary increases in mass and size limits to support more efficient freight operations. You have announced you brought forward the new mass limits. Can you explain these changes, and are they restricted to the period of the elevated fuel prices alone, or is this going to be an ongoing measure?
So those were HVNL law changes, which were going to come into effect when the law comes into effect, which I now understand is around September? 1st of August.
Right.
All we are doing is bringing forward the implementation of the mass changes within that law.
And so irrespective of what happens in the Middle East, yes, these will become LAW law.
That's correct.
And away we go. That is welcome news. Currently there's 2 transport sector businesses going bust into administration every day. What regulatory changes can the NHVR implement to assist the long-term viability of the sector? I'm sure the list is long. Maybe give us your top 10. All right, 5. 10 on notice.
Yeah. I mean, obviously this is a multi-agency and it's a challenge because there is a whole industry construct model going on here that is impacting on the viability of the sector. Our role in that is a small part of the overall cost picture for these operators.
But to be fair, in the figures we have, I think it was 673 for this financial year, but obviously a much smaller amount since the crisis has been going. So this is an issue that the industry's been facing prior to the fuel crisis.
It is.
Yeah. And when I speak to transport operators in the particular, it is a lot of the regulatory impacts that are driving them literally out of business, and they're not issues that you would be unaware of.
Yeah, so we've actually just done an industry presentation that we'd be more than happy to share with the committee. But at the top line level, over the last 5 years, the cost structure of the industry has grown in the order of 40-50%. That's prior to the fuel crisis. The biggest drivers of that have been 1, diesel, 2, labour cost, 3, capital cost, and then the smallest actually is regulatory costs. So the first 3 have gone.
So we need industrial relations changes before we need regulatory changes?
So if you, on the other side of the equation, the revenue side has not gone up nearly as much as the costs. Yep. So revenue for the sector has not kept pace with CPI, so it's just been slightly behind that based on the beta data. So the top line issue, if as presented to the sector, is that at a top line level the revenue is not keeping pace with their cost structure. Within that picture though, of course regulatory cost is part of that picture. In that 5-year picture, those costs have gone up sort of 15 to 20% relative to those other things less. But still
still that's an impact on...
An impact. So there's a bunch of things we have been looking at. One is, can we work with a number of the states to accelerate or bring forward access permissions, things like PBS permissions. And we have been working with South Australia on doing that. We've done some work with New South Wales on doing that, partly linked to the fuel crisis, but more generally, there's been quite a strong appetite for extending some of the PBS permitting either longer or turning those into notices. So,
fantastic.
So we're beginning to work on that. We've been allowing deregistrations of vehicles for the 6 months. You'll be aware of that.
And is this only in South Australia and New South Wales?
No, all states. I know Queensland's also working on what they can do in the space of, and Victoria has done some work on that too.
Okay.
So I think all of the states are very actively working on what they can do in the access space to take cost out, particularly through the fuel crisis. But a number of them are looking at making those longer term.
Hopefully
as well.
it can stick post-fuel crisis. Don't waste it. Okay. My office has received complaints around increased penalties for minor logbook infractions, such as missing a full stop name, failing to sign the bottom of a page, etc. Is that still an issue?
Steve's going to respond to that.
Excuse me, Senator, we'd actually like to get some information in regard to that, because we've heard it come up numerous times, and yes, we know in the past it has occurred, but if we could have some...
Yeah, these aren't historical examples.
We look through our records over the last 18 to 24 months, and we could probably identify 3 or 4 only, so it'd be interesting if we get that information coming forward.
They must be very agitated because they're contacting me, so I will catch up with you on that. So how many fines or prosecution per year for minor faults? So you're saying 3 or 4 in the last 18 months?
No, for logbook offences like a misspelling or a full stop, etc.
Yep, okay. So it is, the NHVR is not taking a more aggressive approach to these misdemeanours?
Absolutely not. In fact, we've just told the industry that we're doing it on risk profiles. So for the highest risk operators, we're actually taking a much harder approach. We already know education hasn't worked with those operators because generally most of them have received a number of letters, a number of breaches, whether minor and major. So for the medium risk operators, those that have a elevated profile relative to others, but have those types of events happening, we are implementing a program with those operators to offer education and for them to work with us to reduce their risk profiles. So if anything, we're more actively focused on education than enforcement with that group of operators that you're referring to there.
Okay, excellent. Well, we'll catch up offline. What about provisions around fitness to work and adopting age-based approaches to requiring drivers to take particular tests, etc. And
yeah, the new legislation does introduce fitness to work assessment.
What does that look like?
It provides an ability for NHVR at the roadside to look at...
Drop and give me 20? No, sorry, well, that was a late night joke.
Unlikely, but actually we've been very clear with the sector. The primary duty around fitness for work sits with the operator. It's their operator that is required to make sure they're fit to drive, and they can't contract out of that. So we are very aware that some operators are asking their drivers to sign a piece of paper saying they're fit to work. Well, you can't contract out of your obligations. It's actually under work health and safety law. The operator is required to make sure their driver is fit to drive. What the fitness to work requirement is in the legislation is essentially it came up as a result of several instances where drivers were seen to be very unfit on the side of the road, mentally unwell, very, very intoxicated or under the influence of drugs, and obviously so. When we're now, and we can't hold them. Historically, we haven't been able to do anything on the side of the road to hold those drivers in those circumstances. So the fitness for work allows us to, stop them from driving in those circumstances. We've been clear we have no intention as NHVR of implementing any roadside fitness for work. In fact, it'd be too late by that stage if you're doing a fitness for work on the side of the road. The primary duty around that is sitting with the operator, and our expectation is we'll continue to work with operators on ensuring that's in place.
Okay. There is concern that some of the measures outlined could become de facto age-based restrictions. Can you either give assurance that they're not, de facto age-based restrictions?
As we're not intending to do any form of assessment, I don't think we can be doing any age-based assessments because we won't be doing any assessments.
So there won't be any disincentive to operators to not retain experienced drivers, particularly with the age profile of the workforce?
Not under the HVNL law, no.
This morning we heard that Minister King had not raised any issues or requested action from her Department of Transport following attendance at industry roundtables about sham contracting. Has the Minister for Transport contacted the NHVR to raise issues specifically about sham contracting?
So we had a meeting, Steve and I had a meeting with the Minister, it would have been about April.
Yep.
On the agenda of that meeting were three things. Very, very heavy focus on the diesel price and the impact on the industry and what we could do to support regulatory and other initiatives to support the sector.
Yep.
Secondly, she is concerned about sham contracting and the impact that's having on the sector. She asked us to what we could do, what she could do to support interagency working.
Yep.
And was very, very supportive in that respect, and also ran through the high-risk operator material that I've just run through with you.
Yes.
And then thirdly, the third thing she was interested in was the automated vehicles and how we as a regulator were considering the future of how automated vehicles would be managed within the regulatory system.
How are you considering that?
Well, there is a proposal.
Sounds terrifying.
There is a proposal to set up a separate agency for automated vehicle regulation. Whether that proceeds or not is not within our mandate. We're obviously, I mean, there's a continuum. You've already got electrification of the fleet, you've already got some automation in vehicles, and then ultimately you could have autonomous vehicles. So it's certainly something we're looking at it in our future strategy and how we would regulate those vehicles.
It's one of the things you're looking at, you know, the telematics in the current fleet, you know, high level, collecting a lot of data, mapping a lot of roads. Is the NHVR in any conversations with other agencies, be it Home Affairs, the Transport Department, Attorney Generals, the Office of Information Commissioner, around how data is collected through our heavy vehicle fleet, where the data is stored and how it's used, and who uses it?
Yes, we are. Not at a top line level, but we have multiple systems we've acquired from multiple agencies, and as a result of that, we have one of very few national views across the East Coast of data around heavy vehicles. And so we are constantly in discussions with transport agencies, with other agencies like the police, who we get information from and data from, and from other agencies we're looking to share data with, so Fair Work, on how we set up that data sharing appropriately, how we protect privacy and security aspects of that, and how we use that only for the purpose for which that data can be obtained.
So it seems to me with the passenger vehicle fleet, the questions, and I'll be asking other agencies outside of this committee in the next fortnight questions about this, as I usually do. There's no standard for our passenger vehicle fleet around the collection, storage or use of data that is collected by connected vehicles, whether it's BYD back to home base in Beijing or your Alfa Romeo or your Prado. So is that the same for the heavy vehicle sector?
So the ARA and NTC are both looking at those types of issues at the moment. It is true,
ARA? IRA?
ARA, Australia Rules Body.
It's late. So
we'll come back.
Could
to
you,
that.
when we catch up about that other matter,
there is some work happening on telematics as well, and the use of telematics, and we're certainly looking at that. We're looking at the accreditation program at the moment and how we could modernise that, make it more of an incentive scheme, and how we might support less regulation through sharing of data.
Okay. Just wanted to understand how many senior executive and operational staff have departed the NHVR over the last 3 years and what impact assessment has been undertaken regarding the loss of experienced personnel.
Well, since I've been in the organisation, the Chief Executive departed before me, and that is all that's departed.
Right. And prior, how long have you been in the role?
Nearly 12 months.
Yeah. So the last 3 years prior to you. Has any assessment been done internally on the impact of experienced people who have deep and embedded engagement with industry leaving the organisation?
I'd have to come back to you. I'll take that one on notice, given I wasn't here for that period.
Yep. Can the NHVR provide a year-by-year breakdown of the number of prosecutions, infringement notices, court attendance notice, enforcement actions undertaken over the past 5 years and include the revenue generated from those activities?
We can, and we'll
Unless
come
you've
back
got
to
it
you
on you.
I don't have it on me.
That's fine. And I'd like to understand what proportion of the NHVR's operational budget is now funded by revenue collected through fees, levies, prosecution-related revenue streams?
I can answer that.
Yep.
Very, very little.
Okay. I think this is about confidence.
Yeah.
Too. About
we can
making
come
that
back and
clear.
be very, very specific, but the vast majority of our our revenues come from regulatory fees.
Yep.
And then we get the second highest part of our revenue comes from inspection fees, which are direct pass-through costs from when we undertake an inspection on behalf of Queensland and New South Wales. It's just direct recovery through those jurisdictions. And then we have a small amount for accreditation, and then we have a small amount for work diaries, and then behind that, the very, very smallest amount is our fees from prosecutions and other aspects. But we can come back and talk to you about that.
Thank you. How many permit applications for higher mass limits or higher productivity vehicles and multi-combination vehicles were received during the first 2 weeks of May, and what is the current average processing time frame across each state jurisdiction for those?
We'll come back to you on that as well. I can't tell you the exact number for the first 2 weeks of May.
Okay. What discussions has the NHVR had with Transport New South Wales and local government road managers regarding industry concerns that permit applications cannot be escalated or even queried during the initial 28-day assessment period?
No, that's not correct, Senator. The 28 days is built into the HNL law as there can be no response. If a person is, or if an operator or an applicant that has applied for a permit has an issue with it being untimely, they can start an acceleration basically immediately if they wish to do so, whether it would be acted upon by the road manager in question, so whether it's a local government and or a state jurisdiction. It would be up to them whether they accelerate it even further. But
so potentially it's an issue with the road
manager will be the ones to determine the actual speed of how it's
We
delivered.
can give you figures on that, but our processing of an access permit is at 1 day at the start and 1 day at the end, and on average it's somewhere between 23 and 26 days in the middle, and that is the road manager's essential approval.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much.
Senator, can I just finish off going back to your question about the administrative fines that you asked about?
Yeah.
Further, I think for your happiness, the new HVNL.
I would like to be happy.
The new HVNL, when it is enacted or it comes into law or commences law on the 1st of August, a vast number of those fines will actually decrease in value as well. So for the 3 or 4 that do occur that we're aware of, it'll be much less.
Thank you. Good news. Thank you very much. No further questions from me. You all right, Senator Sheldon? Okay. Thank you very much. Enjoy your evening. We will now move to the Australian Maritime Safety Authority.
I now welcome officers from the Australian Maritime Safety Authority, including Chief Executive Officer Ms Kayleen Dale. Ms Dale, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
I'll go.
Sure. Senator Goodell.
Thanks very much. Fishing, so not 100% certain on this, but we're hearing that some of the marine personnel are not required to complete initial and recurrent practical in-water competency assessments with life-saving equipment and actual life jackets. Is that correct?
Sorry, Senator. Kayleen Dale, I'm Chief Executive Officer. I didn't quite hear the first part of your question.
Some of the marine rescue personnel that we send out aren't required to have competency and current training in real-life jackets in real situations. Is that correct?
Not entirely. There are a few arrangements that I'll ask my Executive Director from Policy and Regulation to start with, and then Executive Director Operations. So they operate generally within a jurisdiction, but we have a regulatory role.
Okay.
Thank you for your question. Leanne Lone, Executive Director of Policy and Regulation. So we do have some specific exemptions in place in relation to volunteer marine rescue organisations, which are particular to the nature of the services that they provide within the industry.
Right.
What does that mean? Give me a real life.
Sorry. Might defer to my colleague.
Yeah. Senator Alex Burrell, Executive Director of Response. I do have a history with the marine rescue organisations nationally, so I can probably provide some explanation to that. So, as my colleague said, they do operate under Exemption 24, which is an exemption. It's not an exemption. It's an exemption from the requirement for the individual to hold a certificate of competency. It doesn't mean that they don't have to train to a standard acceptable by the exemption and also by the organisation. So the exemption actually calls out...
Have you just said exactly the same thing, but with what's an example?
Okay, so as an example of, they still are required to undertake the same level of training that a commercial seafarer would do when they went to TAFE or a marine training institution. That training or in most cases is run by their own organisation internally. So they are required to do sea survival training. They are required to do life jacket training. They're required to do the same safety at sea training that a commercial seafarer would do working on any other domestic commercial vessel nationally.
But they don't have to get certified?
No, so the exemption exempts them from the requirement to have a certificate of competency through AMSA as a regulator, but the exemption calls out the level to which they need to train to, administered by their organisation.
So if I'm saying, I'm devil's advocate, which I'm always good at and people dislike me greatly for, I have to do the training, but I don't have to be competent in the training.
Absolutely, you need to be competent. So Marine Rescue New South Wales, for an example, is an enterprise RTO. So they have to train to a standard, and those training modules are called out in the exemption to the level of operation, I guess. So whether they're operating in inland waters near coastal or beyond 3 nautical miles out to 30 nautical miles.
Obviously, the very tragic things recently up near Ballina. As part of that training, and I don't want to be specific, let's not talk about that. They have to use real-world equipment, or like the things they actually use on the boats and when they're out and they're doing these things, or is there a differentiation between theoretical use and real-world use?
No, it's the same. So they would do the same sea survival training that any commercial seafarer would do.
SES, I'm aware, as opposed to marine rescue, has to be assessed. They have to do annual, I think it's annual, actually don't hold me to that, I'm making that up in my mind, but periodically reassessed and showed competency to be able to go on missions. Does the same happen with voluntary marine rescue?
Look, I can only speak, I guess, for my history with New South Wales. I can't speak beyond that.
Does the exemption say they have to display competency in periodical assessment, or they just have to attain once a level of competency?
I'd have to take notice on the exact wording of the exemption, Senator.
Okay.
Has anyone raised concerns with AMSA around this exemption regime and its impact?
Senator, I can answer that. We have gone through a process recently of quite a number of in-depth discussions with industry representatives from the sorts of organisations that you're talking about as we renewed the exemption requirements, and we took those views into consideration when we recently renewed the exemption.
So organisations like
marine rescue, surf life-saving organisations. I believe so, Senator.
What about surf life-saving clubs?
I believe they were part of those discussions, and we could certainly provide you a fulsome list of the organisations that were involved in the consultation process.
Did anything change after the consultation?
There were some changes that were reflected in the updated exemption, and again, we can provide more detail around what those changes were.
On notice, yeah, okay.
So my understanding that there were concerns previously raised with AMSA by Mr Grant Farrow, a former Marine Rescue volunteer and New South Wales Air Ambulance Service officer, that weren't acted upon or addressed.
I'm afraid I can't speak to that in any detail. I'm not aware of those concerns, but we can certainly provide you some further information on notice.
Certainly not a person that is familiar to me, and I certainly haven't received any correspondence. Certainly be happy to look at any material that is made available.
Yep, thank you.
And
I'll
work
have
through
questions on notice, and I'm so sorry. If you don't know
that's
the issue that I'm raising,
we're
then...
definitely happy to look through it.
Yeah, we'll be in contact. Thank you. My apologies.
Because there was going to be a whole...
Yeah, there's a whole series.
Chair?
Yes, you can, absolutely. Do you, Colbeck?
So when you renew the exemption, what's the cycle of doing that? How often is the exemption reconsidered?
So we typically have a process in place where every at an outer limit 10 years, and ideally more regularly than that if we have identified issues with regulatory instruments, where we will take a fresh look at them to make sure that they remain fit for purpose. And that is a quite intensive process generally, where we look at the full scope of the requirements and consult with, through a dedicated industry reference group, particularly affected maritime stakeholders. We usually typically go through a public consultation process as well. So we do that as a regular cycle across all of our regulatory instruments.
So what's your verification process that the organisations you're giving an exemption to are doing the appropriate training to ensure that they're meeting the requirements of the exemption? So Surf Life Saving Australia, for example, I would get, because they have a whole range of systems and procedures themselves in relation to how they operate. And you talked about the organisation in New South Wales that's a registered RTO. They would have a series of training modules. Someone goes through those training modules, they're signed off as having effectively a competency. Do you, in your review or renewal of the exemption, do any verification of those records? I mean, how do we satisfy ourselves that the safety requirements that we're asking or requiring people to have to undertake these roles are actually being met?
So, sorry.
I was going to say, Senator, it probably varies with each jurisdiction. If I can, I'd like to come back to you on notice so we give you a fulsome answer. This might be a comment that was about to be made. Understandably and not surprisingly, these organisations take the safety of their personnel extremely seriously. So I would say that we have a high level of confidence that it is occurring, but to your question, we'll come back to you with the particular sort of arrangements that we might have to get that verification. Certainly when there are incidents, that is clearly a situation where we would be checking the competencies or the level of competency against the exemptions that might exist. But I think you'd be looking for something else in terms of what about prior to incidents that we might provide some assurance on.
If we're expecting and requiring that people have a level of capacity and skill, we are concerned that they are properly looked after. You're the regulatory authority. It's your effectively your backside in the sling. How do you make sure your backside is secure in the sling? Is effectively my question. And if I'm sitting in Senator McCarthy's chair, as a minister, I want to know that my backside's comfortable in the sling too. So my question to you is, what is your verification process? So
Senator,
it's not unreasonable.
Yeah, no, and as a domestic commercial vessel, they're subject to the same regulatory regime as any other domestic commercial vessel. So our inspectors that sit in our operations division do random inspections nationally of all the domestic commercial fleet, and that includes marine rescue volunteer or VMR organisations. I certainly wouldn't have the data around those.
So all the kit has to be there, all of the various elements of safety equipment need to be there, tagged, registered, current.
Yes. Yep.
All right. I've just got a separate line of questions with relation to the National Plan for Maritime Environmental Emergencies and where the current plan is off the back of the review in 2023, which found it was only partially fit for purpose. Where is that process at? Where's the response to that review? And what's the status of the recommendations?
So, Senator, I'll pass to the Executive Director for response in a moment, but to set the scene, you're right, the review was conducted. There were some agreements by, I think, the ITSOP ministers. We work with the department as the sort of policy owner at the Commonwealth level, and they support the sort of engagement with the state and territory relevant ministers in relation to that. AMSA has some particular roles in relation to some of the recommendations that have been established, and my colleague will be able to take that further.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Look, I probably can't expand too much on that, other than that the 11 recommendations are being worked through at the moment. As Ms Dale said, that's a body of work that still has a ways to run, I guess is a fair way to put it. We're certainly reviewing those 11 recommendations and working through those at the moment.
11 recommendations? Sorry, keep going.
There was 11 recommendations?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I just couldn't quite hear you properly.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I would, of course, add that, I mean, in the meanwhile, we're obviously working to the existing national plan. I think everyone just agrees. So it was dated. The intergovernmental agreements that sit under it were, struck in one case more than 20 years ago. So there is an element of modernising both the IGA and the framework generally. But over and above that, AMSA works very closely with our state and territory counterparts. We have an exercising regime, so we are, notwithstanding the plan and the need to update it and the intergovernmental agreements, we continue to work with the stakeholders that we would naturally work with in the event of a maritime emergency to hone our skills and be familiar with each other.
So, has there been any reduction in funding since 2022 to support the plan?
I wouldn't say it as that. Most of the funding for that activity comes through our protection of the sea levy, so that hasn't changed. What I would say is some of the costs of our capability have changed. So, for example, we contract emergency towing vessels. We've recently I guess, refreshed that arrangement that we have, and after being through a tender process, the assets cost more than they did sort of 5-6 years ago. So I would characterise it more like that, but very happy to come back on notice with some more details, Senator.
So in that context, your funding might be running at a similar level.
Static, but costs are higher.
But costs have gone up, so capacity in that sense, potentially, is limited by how much is there. Do you have a timeline for finalising the plan process and ensuring capacity to undertake the respective tasks?
Probably not completely within our control to answer that question. We're working with the department and all of the states and territories, the various jurisdictions who are involved. I don't think it's a quick activity. I think there is a fair bit of work to get through, and that's why I made the point that we continue to work and exercise with our stakeholders in the meantime, so that we've got that sort of contemporary knowledge and partnership with those stakeholders. But I don't anticipate it will be a quick process.
So you talked about updating the contracting on the capacity. Are there any that we've had to drop off because we don't have the resource to maintain them within the financial base?
No, we've taken decisions around the makeup of our emergency towing capability across the country. So we have changed the composition of that in terms of the regions that the particular vessels cover. And there's no doubt that we took into account costs, but also the capability that each of those vessels had to offer us in what was effectively a panel situation that we ended up with. And I think on top of that, I'd say we have contracted what we would describe as our Tier 1 vessel, which probably had more capability than the one prior to that, and of course it comes at a higher cost as well. So we're constantly sort of trying to manage the whole, but overall maintaining or improving our capability within that rising sort of cost bracket. We've had to obviously think about the way we resource those activities, but at this stage I wouldn't say that the capability has diminished.
So what are the limitations that comes out of having to spend more within the same envelope, which is effectively what you're talking about?
Yeah, absolutely. We're constantly prioritising. We are able to, with some of our, because of the revenue flows that we have, we're able to invest sometimes. That creates small opportunities to provide a little bit more funding to those core capabilities. And what else do we do, Koo? We're obviously pushing for good dollar values in our contracts, in our contract negotiation, and holding our contractors to account and managing contracts and abatements where necessary as well. So I would say we use every lever that we've got available to maintain the capability that we require with all those challenges, constantly at play.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Thank you very much for joining us, AMSA. Have a good evening. We will now move to the National Intermodal Corporation. Very much. I have faith in my colleagues that we will finish.
No, don't do that. Don't say that, Reggie. She'll do the opposite.
I have great faith.
I gave up asking my questions about ship arrests. Seriously,
took one for the
we used to hate
team.
them at the port because
The worst thing you can do at 10:30 is get interested. Is get curious.
Get any big idea? No big ideas.
Just disappear into your Instagram pages, please.
Okay, I now welcome officers from the National Intermodal Corporation, including the Chief Executive Officer, Mr James Balderstone. Mr Balderstone, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, I think I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now move to questions from Senator Mackenzie.
Hey everyone, thank you. The bookends of the Inland Rail. So no surprises what I'll be asking you. I just want to understand how many and what tenants you have at the Moorebank Intermodal Terminal. We'll start there.
We have a significant number of tenants. Our major tenant is Woolworths. They've recently opened their national and regional distribution centre. They have spent $1.3 billion in that facility alone.
Yep.
Kmart have also recently joined, and they will be opening up in about 9 months' time. And they've got a 105,000 square metre omni-channel fulfilment centre, as they call it, through there. We have Mainfreight, we have Sydney Tools, we have Maersk, a Cube.
Okay,
Kmart.
so maybe I'll notice exactly how many and what, a full list of your tenants, and how much of the terminal remains untenanted.
So it's about three quarters full. So there's basically really only a couple of blocks adjacent to the interstate terminal, and then some back in the southern corner. But
and when you say Kmart's not arriving for 9 months, maybe when you provide me with the tenants, could also, if they're already in, when they're arriving, so we can get some appreciation.
Yeah,
Thank you.
We've got a schedule on that.
What revenue from tenants and users is the corporation bringing in this year, 25-26, and projecting for the next financial year?
So our revenue is principally from two revenue sources. We are effectively the landlord, so we have the ground rent that's going through there, and also we get some rail access charges for the original investment in there. I don't have the precise revenue numbers on me. I think my
Does
CFO
anyone
can
have
carrying through there?
Hi, Ashish Mala, interim CFO. So the revenue is approximately 20 million.
20 million, 25, 26?
Yes.
And the projected revenue for next financial year?
So we are currently updating our budget, but it's going to be in that range.
It's going to be in that range. Has the government asked the Intermodal Corporation to pay dividends to the Commonwealth in 25-26?
No, we're finalising the last of our build, so we're in the process of building a Rio line, Moorebank Avenue around the outside, so that's part of what we use as to finalise the investment in infrastructure around the precinct by using that revenue to help fund that road.
Okay, so not 25-26, no dividend. What about 26-27?
No, we'll still be building the road and other infrastructure.
So there's no direction from the government?
No, not at the moment. We have a dividend policy that we agreed, and that's based upon free cash flow once we've finished our infrastructure investment position.
Thank you. Just moving to Ebenezer, can you please provide me with an update on the status of planning for the establishment of the Ebenezer Intermodal Terminal?
Certainly. So we're in negotiations and discussions with EDQ, which is the Queensland entity that owns the land that we're looking at developing as an intermodal precinct. So we're in the process of finalising a joint agreement to look at planning and processing that together. We will be looking at doing that over the coming 18 months. For us, the real focus now is going to be around the precinct, looking at the warehousing development and potentially early activation of the Ebenezer site.
So how much funding has been allocated for you to implement the Ebenezer Intermodal over the forwards?
So my understanding is that's not publicly available at the moment and is commercial. I think it's a question that can go to the government.
This isn't like you're talking to a journalist. This is the Senate committee.
So my
it's government money, taxpayer money.
So my understanding that is not a public number, and that
it's irrelevant if it's public, not public.
Yeah, so my understanding is that's a confidential amount going through there.
It's irrelevant. Senators, during Senate estimates, are entitled to ask any question
not public information
with respect to
the whole point.
Payment of or expenditure, any government expenditure. So you're required to actually answer the questions.
So, my understanding, it's not a public disclosed number, and I'm unable to answer at the moment. I'm happy to take the question on notice, and I'm happy to refer it to the shareholder departments. But at the moment, I'm informed that it's not a public figure.
Most of what we hear isn't public. That's the whole point of Senate estimates. It's the envy of every other parliament in the world.
I understand.
And Mr Balderstone, you are not above the rules of the Australian Senate.
Excuse me,
So,
Chair,
Minister...
Mr Balderstone has said he'll take it on notice.
Yes, Mr Balderstone has agreed to take it on notice.
Did the Minister consult with you prior to making the decision to axe the Inland Rail project north of Parkes? Sorry?
No.
No. Has the Minister had any discussions with you? Oh, did the Minister's office consult with you?
No.
Has the Minister had any discussions with you on what the decision to suspend the Inland Rail means for the development of Ebenezer Intermodal?
No.
What is your assessment of what it means?
Look, there's a large amount of freight that needs to be managed across the East Coast and across the Australian network. It's important that rail provides a meaningful role in that. You know, we're by our very nature an intermodal company, so we obviously manage the three modes. For us, it'll mean that, you know, we really need to make sure that freight can be managed via import-export facilities, via our IMEX facilities by road and increasing by rail, but, you know, it will need to be managed through the broader supply chain and will have an important role in that.
So you haven't been asked to withdraw expenditure on Ebenezer at all?
No, we haven't.
And you're not expecting to adjust your approach to the development of the Ebenezer Intermodal? No,
we're always, again, Inland Rail into Queensland was some time in the future on the previous pathway, so we're always looking at, very similar to what happened at Moorebank, is getting the precincts set up, looking at attracting tenants early, encourage, obviously, a large cost for rail is that last pickup and delivery of that last mile. So the more tenants that you can bring to the railhead, the better. So we're always looking at developing the precinct prior to that rail coming in.
Fantastic. Just moving to beverage intermodal. You may recall the former coalition government announced the beverage intermodal and committed to the project. Can you provide the current status update for it, which I understand stage 1 was announced to commence last December?
Correct, yeah. We made the announcement of signing the contract to commence construction of the rail terminal.
Who's that with?
It's with John Holland.
Of course. Yep. Sorry, that was a distraction. You were giving me an update.
Yes, so we're now quite progressed in the construction of the rail stage 1 terminal. That's looking at to be completed by mid-2028. We're also well advanced on attracting a co-investor in the warehouse precinct and are quite close to finalising that process.
And you would happy to host me on site to actually have a look at it, given I'm a Senator for Victoria?
We welcome any visitors. Obviously, we'd need to go through the shareholder process, as is always the same
so
with both parties.
So we have to check with the Minister?
I think that's the process prior and
let's
before
check.
As well.
We could go together. And thank you, Senator Scarr. Take some learnings back to Ebenezer. Yesterday we heard the Victorian construction projects represented 89% of projects for which there were accusations of corruption, theft, bullying, intimidation and other crimes. There were 56 active allegations on the big build projects that were receiving federal funds. In a report prepared for the CFMEU Administrator, Jeffrey Watson, it was estimated $15 billion worth of corruption to the CFMEU on the Victorian big build projects. We know this is a systemic problem within the Victorian construction industry. I understand, given, you know, John Holland has won the contract to manage stage 1, is the CFMEU involved on the project at Beveridge?
I was there a couple of days ago. I think there is a minor involvement at the moment of the CFMU, particularly with some piling rigs that are about to come on. But more broadly, they haven't been involved in our project. This is it's essentially been designated as a rail precinct, so we're much more likely to get the rail union involved through there than a large number of CFMU. But again, there will be some contractors that will come on site, but at the moment we don't have large CFMU people on site.
Mr Balderstone, and forgive me for not knowing this, but where is your former experience in the construction industry?
I was a long-term executive Santos.
Santos, right. So northern New South Wales, Queensland, you've developed a lot of projects, I imagine, and very au fait.
Yes.
There, not so much Victoria, because the feedback I've heard, even from inland rail subcontractors, is you would think it would be the railway unions, but the CFMEU, even on the regional projects, was moving out of Melbourne into those projects. So this is the fact that it's a rail project. I don't think will afford little protection.
Like hopefully I've clarified, Senator, is that you know, all unions will become involved through their various subbies and things like that. At the moment,
this isn't a problem with unions. This is a problem with the corruption that's been identified and was disclosed through this committee. Not public information, I might say.
Yes, Senator Sheldon.
Point of order. Look, making accusations about people being a member of a union subsequent to it being under administration is quite different from accusing people who are actually working and joining a union, any organisation.
No one's doing that.
Which is now past administration is an inference which is slanderous against any of those workers. I think it's just quite offensive.
Well, given you've completely misrepresented my line of questioning, if you had been here yesterday to hear the explosive evidence...
No, I heard your line of questioning just said before, and it was inaccurate.
Please don't shout at me.
No. Look, if you want to take a point with what I've said, I'll take a point back with you about what you're saying, and that is that
Chair,
I'm not being ignorant about it. You're raising an issue before. You're raising an issue before. I'm saying it is inappropriate to turn around and slander workers because they've joined that organisation since administration has gone into that organisation.
I would like a ruling, thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'll hand back to Senator Mackenzie. I'm also conscious of time, and we are hoping to get to the National Capital Authority with 8 minutes to go.
Wasted 5 minutes. So, what steps is the National Intermodal Corporation taking to ensure that no Commonwealth funds are corruptly or fraudulently accessed by the CFMEU or any other union or criminal gang on the Beveridge Intermodal project? What action are you taking to assure Commonwealth taxpayers?
So we've had obviously a rigorous selection process with the contractors. We have various requirements in place of what subbies are chosen. We have an active client monitoring process. I personally go to site every other week to see what is going through there. As much as I can give you an assurance, Senator, at the moment, sitting here, I have no concerns at all about any untoward behaviour, illegal behaviour that is either being reported to me by John Holland, the contractor, or any subby or any of our people on site.
How would these types of behaviours that have been reported and disclosed yesterday to this committee be reported? Would it have to go through John Holland to get to the National Intermodal Corporation, or is there an alternative route?
Yeah, there are a variety of routes that anyone could report things. Obviously, John Holland is the principal on site. We have our own people on site. There are also various anonymous lines that people can use going through there.
Within your organisation,
yes,
or external to
no,
your
within the organisation, but also independent lines people can go through as well. At the moment, again, we've signed this contract in 11th of December last year. We're 6 or so months in.
Yeah.
I can tell you from what I've seen, we do not have a concern at the moment on our site.
Thank you. Just one other question. The Victorian Government and other regulators, when allegations of this type of conduct are made, they must report to the minister, the federal minister. If the federal minister is aware of allegations of corruption, fraud, etc., on a construction site that you're in charge of, do you think it's appropriate that she should tell your organisation, that you should be informed of that?
Look, I don't think it's my place to comment on how government or ministers work, but I can tell you that we have had direct directions from the department that if there is any concerns that we should notify up through the right channels.
I'm talking about that way.
Again, we are...
Doesn't bother you?
Whether I'm bothered or not, it's a different question.
Stop asking for an opinion. He can give you facts, but he can't give you an opinion.
Doesn't bother you?
You're
again,
asking for an opinion again. Point of order.
Mr. Balderson's allowed to answer if he wants to. Doesn't need your protection.
I think
quite
there
accomplished.
I think there is really good rigour in how the separation...
It should be clear, Chair, through the Chair, the witness has a right to know that they don't have to answer something if it's asking for an opinion. That is a normal practice in Senate estimates, as you're well aware.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Mr. Balderson, you are reminded that you're not required to provide an opinion. Just
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
I have no further questions.
Thank you very much to our witnesses from National Intermodal Corporation. We're now moving to the National Capital Authority with 4 minutes to spare.
Right, thank you.
Just stop the clocks for a bit.
They don't have far to go home.
Okay. I now welcome officers from the National Capital Authority, including Chief Executive Officer Ms Karen Duran. Ms Duran, do you have an opening statement? And given this time of night, I'm assuming perhaps not? For an opening statement?
No, sorry, thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to Senator Pocock.
Thank you for waiting so late, Ms Doran. Appreciate it. I understand you made a presentation to the Inner South Community Council last night. Thank you for meeting with them, and you were talking about updates for DA 102. I've got some questions on that, but I just wanted to touch on a few other things quickly. You've said repeatedly that the Hume Circle precinct proposal is instigated and led by the NCA, not the proponents of the development, and it was the NCA that sort of came up with the idea. Yet I was looking at a whole bunch of FOI documents, documents released under FOI, and it seems like this is actually a proponent-led project. I'm just wondering if you want to correct the record on that.
The proponents, so JAGA, if I can refer to them in that way, are a consortium of landowners in a section of what's proposed to be Hume Circle precinct. So their proposal relates to the land that they own, which is in section 26 and 6 Fishwick. Some of the documents that were released through the FOI did show diagrammatically artists' impressions of what the whole precinct could look like in a developed state, but those diagrams weren't related to their proposal specifically or their blocks of land specifically.
Okay. I mean, in one of the documents it says JAC has presented to its proposal to the NCA board, and the NCA has now formally written to the ACT government about the NCA declaring the areas covered by the proposal a designated area, which have the effect of overriding the ACT planning system. But last time you said, no, this is an NCA came up with this idea to develop Hume Circle, and then a developer came around. But it seems like from the FOI that it was actually the developer that came forward, and then you said, oh, okay, this is actually a cool idea.
The NCA actually had explored the proposal prior to the developers' proposals coming forward for some specific sites within the Hume Circle precinct.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. And I said last night that the residents of Staffordshire Terrace again put their request for their complex to be left out of the National Capital Plan amendment. I've obviously visited there. It seems like really good missing middle that we talk about so much in Canberra. Why can't they just be left out? It's already good density. It's already well loved. Residents love it there. Why not just carve them out?
We acknowledge the comments from residents in that, again, sub-precinct within the proposed precinct. What we were feeding back at the Inner South Community Council meeting, as well as some other briefing sessions that we had held over the last week with various landowners around the proposed precinct, was what we had heard from them through their submissions, what we were proposing to do in response to those submissions, but we still are in the process for Hume Circle, and so none of this has yet gone through the approval stages. In terms of the specific comments of the Staffordshire residents, we have heard those comments and we are proposing changes which effectively leave the land use and the building height in their area exactly as it is. So effectively would, if these proposals are approved ultimately, effectively would leave that section outside of the development opportunities for the precinct.
So they'd be carved out, or you would just
They're not carved out.
reduce the building height to the height that Staffordshire Terrace currently is?
That's right. That's the way we have sought to respond to their concerns, that they want to maintain the character
But
of
if there's
their
already
precinct.
good medium density there, why include them? The concerns from some of these residents, as you know, residents who love this area, is that once you actually include this in the plan, some other developer comes along and slowly picks them off, or their rates go up. You've heard all of these concerns.
We've heard all of the concerns, and we've genuinely tried to respond to them, but in a way that also preserves the objectives of the proposals for Hume Circle Precinct, which is to facilitate some urban development in the areas of the precinct that are industrial lands, and also to reinstate some of the Griffin Plan features by bringing it into the National Capital Plan. And
But sorry, can I just on this point, but I totally get that, and I think a lot of Canberrans want good densification. But if this Staffordshire Terrace part of the change is just going to be the same, then why include them?
The land use and the building height in their segment of the precinct stay the same, but the precinct that we're looking to capture and the Griffin Plan components that we're looking to capture around the whole circle, the circular geometry of the precinct and its status as an entry gateway to the National Capital, really requires that the whole of that precinct be brought within the National Capital Plan.
But you just said, I don't understand, because you've just said that basically Staffordshire Terrace won't be affected, but now you're saying that they will be affected?
I've said they will come into the National Capital Plan as part of the precinct.
But why include them if it's just going to be the same thing there, same height?
Well, I think as I
same land use.
Just said, because part of the purpose for bringing it in is to reinstate the Griffin geometry around the whole of that precinct.
So you're going to have to change Staffordshire Terrace then?
No.
Well, so why include them?
Well, we're not changing the school either, but it's included in the precinct because the precinct is the circular geometry that encompasses all of those areas.
Senator, it's probably worth clarifying, having had our from NCA, it effectively future-proofs the area, so that allows for something to happen in the future if that were the case. So if the concern is that someone's coming along and buying those units off the Staffordshire people or compulsory acquiring them, that's not what this is designed to do. It's really just future-proofing it so that element of the land becomes the same as the rest of them, so the same planning and rules applies to all of them.
Okay, thank you. And I really appreciate the committee's indulgence on this. So I'll put the rest on notice, but I had one last question. In adding this area to the National Capital Plan, what happens to lease variation charges? It's obviously a huge uplift here in rezoning. Do you get that?
No, the land remains territory land, so it's only coming into our jurisdiction as the planning authority.
Okay.
So we have the planning regulatory responsibility, remains territory land, and they retain the LVC mechanism.
Okay, thank you. And then, Minister, there's been calls for an inquiry into this variation to the territory plan, which I think would be fairly standard through the Joint Standing Committee on National Capital and External Territories. Is that something your government will support?
Senator Pocock, I can certainly take that question on notice for you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pocock, and thank you to the committee. It being past 11 p.m, it concludes today's hearing. Thank you to all the witnesses who appeared and to Hansard and Broadcasting for your assistance. I remind senators that the committee has agreed that any written questions on notice should be lodged with the Secretariat by Friday, the 5th of June 2026. The committee stands adjourned.